$5,000. Cash payment to anyone who can prove that what lying son of a devil Farrakhan is preaching is consistent with the lessons, supreme wisdom, of Master Fard Muhammad Elijah Muhammad's representation of his teacher Master Fard's teachings.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Sulaiman Rahim here, Messenger of the Covenant, we got 7 seals. Very special presentation for you today, brothers. This is very special. Take a little time, hopefully, get in. I'll probably be here a little while today. That's just an interruption. We're at a very critical time. You're not aware of it, and there's many reasons why you're not aware of it. No one's telling you about it. People that's planning against you, they know about it. A lot of opposition that don't know about it will take them also. God doesn't know about it. And your question is, why doesn't he? He claims he's the voice of God. When I explain it to you, you'll see. Then the question is for you, him, why don't you know it about it? But it says they're planning against us. It said, they deal shrewdly with them other ways in the way. They won't see it coming. It says, will come upon you like a snare. You know what a snare is? It's a rat, right? Caught in the trap. It's a fish that caught in a net. Snare. You don't see it. And the next thing you know, you're caught up. You're trapped. You can't get out. That's what's going to come upon you as a snare. Why? Because you're being warned about it. Signs are all over the place. Snare, snare, snare. But you got people pulling those signs down, blocking them. They're going to pay a heavy price for that. They don't realize that they're going to be caught in the snare themselves. That reminds me of this movie. His name, what's that guy's name? Recently, right? I can't think of his name. He was like a general in, the Union Army. He was trying to Geronimo. Trying to get Geronimo, right? So they got some other tribes to help them. They couldn't track, they know how to track down Indians and carry on Indians, right? So the other tribes helped them track down Geronimo. They finally cornered him, they got him. They took him to the fort, locked him up. They was going to transfer him down to Florida, to the prison down in Florida. So they got all the Indians that was helped them gather them. Indians that helped them catch Geronimo. They lined them all up. They took all the weapons from them because they all had weapons or guns. And he said they read a letter to him from the president. The president thanks you for your service. Pretty much, that's what they say. That's the essence of it. We appreciate it. Thank you, right? And then they put him in the same prison they put Geronimo. Same prison. They didn't realize They were going to be in the snare themselves. It's a true story. Gene Hackman, that's the guy. He plays a Union general or something. So you got these clowns out here, or Ben X, and talking all that stuff that they're talking about. Some of them are agents. They don't realize they help them deceive us, confuse us, and they're going to take care of them too. They set a trap for us. It's a trap. They don't realize they're going to be thrown right behind them. We'll talk about that in a minute. And my mission is to just make. No one can say 35 years I've been warning you about this trap. You fall into it. Right? It's not my fault. Especially if you heard and you didn't react. Because we make it so simple, you cannot. Elijah Muhammad said, he said, the truth be made so simple. But wait a minute, think about it. Elijah Muhammad said that. He said, the truth be made so simple that that fool will not err. He's talking in the future. He wasn't talking about him. He wasn't going. So who's he going to deliver that truth? You see what I'm saying? Remember, he's supposed to prepare the way for the messenger of the covenant, who they claim, they don't even mention him. They say Elijah's the last one. That's not what it says in Malachi. It says the messenger of the covenant is a messenger. He's a messenger too. But they never mention him. There's more brothers and sisters, but they come and claim it's $5,000. And that's in itself speaks volumes. Yeah, it's a lot I could tell. See, a lot of those people with Farrakhan, I'm gonna play it later, right? He's somehow he invited Wallace to his whatever you call it, right? Because Wallace was a total enemy to Elijah. Everybody knows it. Even to his deathbed, he was hated his father. He destroyed the Nation of Islam. Farrakhan was standing right beside him. He took the money. They both looted the Nation of Islam, took off, left the believe with nothing. He hated his father, bad mouth was my father. He got rid, destroyed the Nation of Islam, the name and all the property and everything else. And then he bad mouthed like Elijah Muhammad and Master Muhammad. Said Master Muhammad was a trickster. Come on, this. Even Farrakhan, they're saying this. We got more records saying it. See? So why would he invite somebody like that if he wasn't on board with that? Because he never backed off of that. Or he invited we have disagreements. Disagreements? Like that? No, that's not a disagreement, that's war. You attack my messenger, you attack my God? That's a disagreement? That's war. You know, Farrakhan says, well, how come you didn't take over Farrakhan? You was the main man. Well, it might have been a bloodbath. You goddamn right been a bloodbath. What if Matt Muhammad said, oh man, I'm not going to preach this crime with bloodbath? What prophet ever said anything like that? They know it's going to be a bloodbath. There's going to be a bloodbath if people don't believe. You're damn right. When God sent you, he prepares you. You know it's going to be a damn bloodbath. Because he's a coward. He allow people to badmouth the messenger and allow wicked and evil stuff to go on, destroy the nation, destroy the believers. That's what happened. He admits it. Because he didn't want to bloodbath. Oh, so here you are, you're the shepherd. Here come the wolves. You ain't gonna do nothing. Gonna be a bloodbath. The wolves, that's what the wolves come to eat the sheep. When you do something, man, maybe no. We'll move on, brothers and sisters. All you need to ask all these people one question. And you see the, I'll cut to the chase here. Just ask them, what is about to happen in America? Well, maybe I need to build the question up, right? As we move in, you see. Let's get to it. If you got half a brain left, maybe you'll see, maybe you won't. Like I said, Scripture so clear. It said they be this mouth in Daniel would overcome the saints 42 years. The mouth. Overcome them, make war with them, overcome them for 42 years. So that's the question is there. Well, if we're the saints, we're going to inherit the kingdom. That's your claim, right? Who's this mouth that's going to overcome us, make war with us, overcome us for 42 years? So if that hasn't happened in the past, that means you got 42 years of hell coming to you. That's what it says. That was what happening because what happened before Elijah didn't happen with Master Muhammad. That means it's happening either now or it's about or it's going to happen. I have to ask a couple of questions. I'm saying when time comes for separation, there'll be no conversation. We need to separate the chaff from the wheat.
Do you then believe in a part of the book and disbelieve in the other? What? Do you then believe in a part of the book and disbelieve in the other? What then is the reward of such among you as do this but disgrace in the life of this world, and on the day of resurrection they shall be sent back to the most grievous chastisement? And Allah is not heedless of what you do. 86 These are they who buy the life of this world for the hereafter, so their chastisement shall not be lightened, nor shall they be helped.
Yes, brothers and sisters, they're fuel for the fire because they do this. I'm going to speak to it. I said, 3 things that you always ask about. They tell you about Malachi. Okay, well, Malachi tells you there'd be another messenger, messenger of the covenant. They never mention him. Right there. They meant to have Malachi about a messenger. Never mentioned the messenger of the covenant. Okay? What's the covenant? He's the messenger of the covenant. What's the covenant? Covenant is, look at Abraham's covenant. It says, we return home after 40 years. They tell you exactly what that is in Arabia. They never mention that either. But they mention the other part about being here 40 years and all that. The part about the covenant. They don't mention the covenant. They don't mention the covenant. And then who is the one that fulfills the covenant? Well, that's Joshua. They read Exodus, they talk about Moses and God, but then they don't mention Joshua. He's the messenger of the covenant. That's who is the messenger of the covenant. Those 3 things they talk about, all those things that scripture I told you about, but those verses they don't mention. And they're all connected. Messenger of the covenant, and Joshua. Not only that, those are things, 3 commitments from the God himself. They call God liar because they said, first of all, God said, we returned to my 40 years. They said, we ain't going nowhere. Messenger of the covenant coming after Elijah. Ain't nobody after Elijah. He's the last one. Joshua never mentioned Aaron. That's it. Okay. Let's move on. It shows right there. They're liars. You for the fire. Gotta do it. Part of this mission. Get you home. There's a whole shitstorm. The road is paved with shit. I gotta clean that shit out to get you home. But I'm working on it.
I gotta do this. Do you mind? Yes, I'm gonna do something. I don't want to put my brother on the spot. See, this is this. This is something else. Love and faith transcends color. And the reason why we embrace Father Flavor as a brother is because we find him on the battlefield of justice, being a true disciple of Jesus. And the last thing I'll say is you'll never call us racist.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because this day that we honor
Yes, sir.
Master Fard Muhammad, if you see an image of him, put his image up.
Yes, sir.
That's the man whose father was a black man and his mother a Caucasian. And how many of us have a parent that's a Caucasian or grandparent? It's not about color.
Yeah.
It's about our submission to the will of God. And in that we find common ground in unity.
Yes, sir.
So I'm only one shade lighter than you. And Mustafa may be 4 more shades lighter. We a family. Let's stay a family, be a family, and love each other as God would have us to love each other. We love you, Father. Happy Savior's Day. I had to do that. We love you. One more time, brother.
Pray for sure, brothers and sisters. Chastisement. And those will be no forgiveness, no mercy. None. Be cruel beyond belief. But what they're doing, they're lying. See, Ishmael is stupid. Ishmael's not a demon. But father, he's Elijah's follower. There's something I don't know about. He's Elijah's son. Think what he said. Now he's telling, and there's no verse anywhere in Elijah Muhammad's teachings, anywhere in the Supreme Wisdom in the lessons. The lesson says 100% wicked, 100%. 100%. They cannot be reformed. We take over the planet. The Quran says, don't take them for friends. Now, by him saying, no one calls race, is he admitting that he's of a different race? He's admitting that. He didn't say that. You might say, well, maybe Father Plague is the same race, maybe his father's. So, no, he said that. That boy is so stupid. What the hell is our brother? And the Quran, they take, okay, let's go to the Quran. Quran says, let's take them for friends. He's a clear Christian. Forbid you taking friends off, you know? So if you can't take a friend, you definitely can't take one. They're not brothers. And the Quran, Elijah Muhammad made that perfectly clear. And Farrakhan comes and says, oh, well, Elijah told him, don't call them devils no more. It's a goddamn lie. He's a chief minister. How come he tell all the ministers? No other minister knows about anything about it. So he can't call them devils, everybody else can. He never said that. But as far as the devil, they're trying to cover it up. And the reason why they got issues there is because see, the game Farrakhan says, it says the game is that's what some people promote. Oh, he's not saying the devils ain't devils no more. He's just saying be polite, don't call them devils no more. That's the game. He's just being polite. Don't call devils anymore. They don't. You don't call them. That was the initial game. Which is a lie. So everybody said, oh yeah, they devils. Because see, that's what Khalid fell in that trap. Because he get no, they were devils. He didn't he wasn't gonna be polite. I mean, was that polite? We're gonna get somebody not being polite. And that's what he get because he kept calling them devils. They said, what did he do wrong? He did nothing wrong. He taught the teachings. He got slammed because he taught the teachings. See, so the thing is they say, oh, but then they prove that's wrong. Because by them saying they are brothers, that means he really meant they're not really devils anymore. It's not being a polite thing. They're saying devils anymore. Let's don't call them devils. Not because being polite, it's just because they ain't devils. See, so that cat's out the bag. But the reason why I got Ishmael up there, because see, they can say, well, they say because they're demons. They say, well, he's a demon. Why he's saying it? Because otherwise they wouldn't have him. Because that boy couldn't get a job working at Big Burger King, licking toilets. That's too confusing for him. He wouldn't do it. He just said, it's too complicated. Well, how do I lick it? The boy is totally retarded. That's the only reason they got him there. So they can say, oh, well, why is he sinning? He's not a demon. Because if you say he's a demon, you call Elijah a demon. See the trick? So you can't speak, you speak against him, you're speaking against Elijah. That's the only reason he's there. Because everybody knows the boy is certified retarded. Okay, well, yeah, it is. We don't argue with them, brothers and sisters. You're trying to separate the wheat from the chaff. We don't start arguing with the chaff. Tell them to be with wheat. Then what's the point of separation? Leave the chaff. Leave them alone. Encourage them. What it says in Thessalonians in Scripture, they love truth, so God gave strong delusion. Encourage them to be stupid. Encourage them to be even more deluded. You try to straighten them out. You don't like the truth? I give you more confusion. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. You hear? So it's not about being polite. He kissed me in the mouth. Everybody's looking on. Father called it. That's why, because he had the spirit of the FY when the mess was around. If you wasn't around when the mess was around, you met that brother, where he came across, he had the spirit of the FY when the mess was around. That's the bullshit Farrakhan, counterfeit shit Farrakhan come up with. It was about the money, which is stupid again. They didn't realize a new season's coming in, but this won't be anything. In wintertime, right? I guess you say, who got the most ice? The most power, I guess, whatever, right? But when spring comes, all that's gone. So if your money is made based on ice, right, it's going to be worthless. When spring comes in, they'll laugh at these clowns. But they don't see, actually, they don't believe spring coming anyway. We have a perpetual winter as far as they're concerned. Let's move on. It's the main subject here. Okay, we get to the main subject, brothers and sisters. Let's look at this first. See here, put this together, right? I spent a lot of time today putting this together, brothers and sisters. So, people are in trouble. It's only me getting this message out. I can't trust it in anybody else. It has to be outright. It has to be outright. And nobody has to care for it as I do. Because you just can't say anything. That's what they do it over here. Farrakhan land. The angel tell yourself, last chapter, don't mess with one word. Can't get anyone to see that. It says the harvest was great, but the workers were few. What talking about? A lot of work out to be done, and there's no one out there is capable of doing it. But they're capable. Capable and able is two different things. You're worthy to do it. Put the effort in and take time, make sure it's right. This is a lifeline to our people. Here, now I'm going to point this out quickly. Farrakhan blames, that's the condition our people in. They didn't put themselves in that condition. See, they don't, most black folks talk to, I mean, everyone I ever talked to, you bring up math, oh man, I said, don't y'all, yeah, you the god of mathematics. Every black person I've talked to, when I was in school, you didn't find the blacks in the class. Folks up in there, Jews doing the math, got math classes, science classes. Black folks up there they want to be communication class, they want to be TV and dumb shit. I got a cousin went and got a degree in broadcasting, never worked one day in it. Got another relative went and got a degree in criminal justice, never worked one day in it. I told them both, said, don't do that. But you know, whatever. I told Matt, they don't want his time. One more thing, you know, my granddaughter was staying with me for a while during COVID. So when the school system, they had to, you know, work remote. And I'm seeing the math they're giving her. I'm looking at it and it's confusing as hell. And I know, man. Go ahead. This was just basic, simple algebra. Simple. And it wasn't differential equations or anything like that, right? It was just simple, basic, you know, x equal. No, it wasn't even that. This is just basic multiplications, division, that kind of stuff. It wasn't even algebra, I don't think. It's been a while, right? I'm looking at this. He's struggling with it. And I'm saying, I looked at it and I had a hard time with the way they were presenting her. I looked at it for a few minutes and said, hey, well, why don't you do it this way? Put some brackets around here and boom. And once I showed her do that, man, she was knocking stuff just like that. I said, why do you teach this complicated way? They could have told you the simple way here. That's why people don't want no mathematics, because the way teaching is so complicated. And you say, what the? And they can make it simple. And they do in their schools. They want you in there. In their school, and plus they put third grade teachers in there that don't understand the math themselves. They just read what's in the book. Some do it purposely. And so, because that's why I got to school and said, I'm going to teach myself. So I can read the damn book. Calculus is very easy once you understand the principle. But let me tell you a simple principle. I can show you 15 minutes, the simple principle behind our calculus. You go to school, you spend, what, six months for a semester or something like that, or spend $20,000 or whatever you spend, and they still don't tell you the essence of it. And most people still understand it. It's a tool, but what's the science behind it? What does it really mean? It's very simple, actually. That's one reason. They keep our people confused in science. They say stuff that makes no sense at all. I know science. I studied it. So I know when they make statements, some of the statements that's totally off the wall. It's an evolution thing. I'm not going to get into that right now. But they got it backwards. And the reason they got it backwards, so, because now, they say, oh, the first people were black people. So you feel good, man. The first people were black people. Who's the first? No, you better read the evolution again. The evolutionary theory means the first is the worst. That's the best. So if you're the first human, that means you're the human that's next to the animal. You're the first human, that means you're the first animal that converted to a human. That means you're not evolving anymore. That means you're still half animal. And the white folks was last. That means they're the best because they kept evolving. And they goes, oh man, who's the first? And you don't even know what the hell they're saying. They're admitting that they're animals, but the white people be laughing at them. But that's not the way evolution goes. That's what they tell you. That means if you're white, that means you kept evolving. That means you're still evolving. Animal, definition of animal means those things are not evolving anymore. Will always be gorillas. They will never evolve to anything else. Dogs will never evolve. They don't evolve anymore. It was once, according to them, once was once dogs, was once gorillas. And we kept evolving, but then we evolved to black people. Then black people evolved to brown people. Black people gonna stay black forever. Brown people, they evolved to brown, and they gonna stay brown forever. And then brown, they gonna say, the white folks, well, they're the last stage. They're gonna evolve into something else. You don't get that. Anyway, let's look at this. I gotta move on. That'd be all day. That's right. This is vectors. This is force. Every action has opposite reaction. You understand that? Let me say one more concept. They tell you, if first you don't succeed, no. They say that the insanity is if you keep doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. They say you're insane if you do that. I keep doing the same damn thing over, you expect a different result. So they tell us that's what they teach their children. They teach you just the opposite. If first you don't succeed, try and try and try again. Keep on doing it. That's resonance. That's what resonance is. Isn't that the story of Jericho? They was going to walk around this fortress for 7 days, and the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. It took 7 days before they finally, they said the same thing over and over again. That mean, according to the devils, they was insane. You said nothing happened. Day 2, you still saying the same thing, nothing happened. Day 3, you still saying the same thing. You're doing the same over and over again, you get no result. That's resonance. They teach you to give up if you don't get a result right away. And our people don't know these things. But the point is, we are the scientists. We've been dumbed down. Let's move on. Anyway, see right here. So therefore, if you take a balloon and you put it underwater, balloon with air in it will not stay underwater. You have to hold it down there. Its nature is to be above the water, and you have to put a force to do that. So this is not the way we were originally. That's where we are now because there's a force. So you know that the force is still there because we still act like that. The force is still there. You might not see it, but the force is still there. It's like you don't see the wind, but you see the leaves blowing, so you know the damn wind is blowing. You don't have to see the wind. You see the leaves are blowing, and you know the direction because the leaves are blowing northward, you know the direction of the wind. You know how strong the wind's blowing, how much the leaves are blowing. So if you look at that, you say, hey, where's the force that's caused? Because that's not our nature. That's not the way we really were. That means you can say, what is it? So you know, we're here in America, so it got to be these devils, whatever they're doing, causes us to be in this condition. They know they're the enemy. They don't tell you that. Because Farrakhan tell you, no, it's not them, it's you. You're wicked. It's sinful. You're stupid. See? He wants to blame the wind, the leaves for shaking on the leaves. He don't want to blame it on the wind, because he's part of the wind. The accuser of our, that's why I say the accuser of our brothers we cast down. He's the accuser. He's the one saying, oh, that it's not, it's your fault, not the devil. I'm going to stay here. Let's look at this again, remember. See here? We're under the war. He's pointing the finger at us, not the people that hold us down here. See? So-called me man farce. I will stop doing, hold on, brothers and sisters. Problem here, I messed up. I think I messed up. Go like that. Hold on here. What happened here? He's blaming us for his condition, not the people that put us in the condition. And if we still in this condition, that means that force is still there. It's just you can't see it, but you know it's there because we're in that condition. Understand? But this is not nature. If you take a lion and you train him up, as long as you keep him on that cage, you keep sticking electrodes up his ass, he's gonna keep on being tame. But once you leave him alone, let him go, he's gonna return back to his normal state. This is not a normal state. But he's saying he's blaming us. Why? Because he's one of them. You're sinful, you're wicked. That's a lie. That's not what Elijah Muhammad taught. That's not what Master Muhammad taught. That's what Farrakhan teaches, because he's one of them. Let's look at this a little further. You see, this is where we basically, right? This is where we were. Oh, this way. This is where we were before we came here. Warriors, right? Before they got a hold of us, right? Loons, right? A lot, you know. Then what? Boom. Then it see, push underwater. And we act like this. As long as they stay, we act like that. As long as they keep forcing us, that's the force. Big argument for an Antichrist. Was Israel. The movies, the TV, all the bullshit they do, the economics, everything they're doing, keep us in this situation. You don't have to see the wind, you see the effects of the wind. So you know whatever they're doing, this is what this result is. But this is not us. The Farrakhan said it is us. Why you ain't different, Farrakhan? Okay, so what happens? Then we move that. That's about to happen. And then we return back to who we were. We got to move, take the foot, destroy the foot that's holding us down underwater. But Farrakhan said, no, we keep the foot there. We're going to stay in America. When God said, message said, Master Muhammad said, the scripture says, we need to get home, let my people go. No, but we ain't going to know it because he want to keep you in that situation. Because the only solution is to get that damn foot off of us. Get the hell out of here. That's the Elijah Muhammad solution. That's the God solution. That's the scripture solution. That's my solution. Not Farrakhan's solution. Because he will keep you stay in that condition, this condition forever. As long as you have this. Get through that, then return back to our normal condition. That's the only solution. Let's move on. Now, I'm going to take some time with this, brothers and sisters. Take some time with this. Actually, maybe I'll just do it this way. This way we were before they got hold of us. Okay? Yeah. Let me change something. Yeah, that's a misstep there. I did say before. Let me change this. Because I know somebody have it. But they got a hold of us. Okay? Hmm. Then what? They got a hold of us. Right? About the 1820s, about 40 years, right? Nearly, right? That's the condition we end up in. House niggers and field niggers. Let me explain that a little bit. Now, who's one people? There weren't any demons. They split into two groups. Because raping our women, they was messed with our DNA. They stole our DNA, made their children out of our DNA. That's basically. And they those ones was house niggas. Those ones was masters raped children living in his house. He trusted them because they loved Massa. They was upset because Massa treat them like they treat his white children, his white skinned children, because they was his children. If you watch that movie Django, you probably come to the conclusion that he was probably DiCaprio's brother, probably the same power. But he acted in every kind of way like that was them and hated black folks. So we had that situation. And then we had the field niggas. Right? That was the ones that, us. So that was the situation. They got hold of us after about 300 years. We broke down. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to get to a point here. Right? Going anyway, it was all niggas. Still was all niggas. They was house niggas. They was in the house. They started moving Django. They had nice clothes. They had better food and everything else. But that was just, they probably called Master Daddy. When Miss Master wasn't around, she didn't particularly like that. Even though she was having sex with male slaves too. But that was going on. Right? At any rate, right? That's the situation. Build on them, slowly build on this. This was the situation we were in. So we was at our lowest state. Our history, existence, lowest state, was totally, we had no control, and they had total control over us, right? And like I explained, we both get the same amount of energy. So if you got $1,000 worth of energy per day, you need $1,000 to maintain yourself, you have energy for anything else. Energy for family, tribe, or anything. You just have energy to maintain yourself. But that by them having control of us, they control the energy. So they wouldn't let that use their all the energy to maintain yourself. They just let you have enough energy to keep you alive. Keep working. Therefore, they said the slaves back then, the average slave lived about 30, 40 years old. 30, 40 years old, because they working to death. When you looked at it, looked at about 80 years old. I looked at those pictures, people said, man, that guy's about 30 years old. I said, why are you looking 9 years old? Because that's how hard they work you. You could use energy, your own energy, to maintain yourself. You could use your own energy to maintain yourself. You had to use energy for their purposes. They control the quality of energy. Therefore, you had just enough energy, and they made sure that that's all you had. Because, think about it. What they feed, they fed shitlings. But that's what shitlings is. That's what they called it back then. I got a technical problem here, but since I don't know how it's affecting anything. Okay. Shitlings. Why they all you got to just think about it, brothers and sisters. If you ever cook it, you know it's shit. You smell the shit, you see shit floating. You know, if you just put the S there, that's exactly what it is, shitlings. They don't eat it. You don't know, any white folks eat that stuff. That's what they fed to us. They give us the minimum they give us. Polluted water. They give us water out of urinal. They didn't care. As long as we worked. So therefore, 30 years old, we was worked out. We was died of being over, heart failure and everything else. That's what he did. I said, I want you to know that. And that gets you upset when you see these Negroes out here fist bumping these people and stuff. I mean, this went on for hundreds of years. Think about it. That's what he did. And when they fed you, it wasn't like Django and all that stuff. You had a house, you had a little cabin, you had a fireplace. No, you didn't have any of that. Attest to it because, like I said, I've seen actually slave quarters. You didn't have any of that. Had no heat. They locked you in a room, all the family, no toilet, nothing, all night long. No floor, anything. You had the bathroom, you bed bumping each other. That's how they did it. You have that. When they fed you, they say when they fed hogs. Tribe, you say tribe was like a little thing where they pour food into it, and you said eat. You had no pork or salt or pepper or spoon, right? You ate just like the horses and the cows ate. Hundreds of years. Hundreds of years. That's what they were. Okay. Now, I'm trying to explain because we have to talk about seasons. They don't teach you seasons. They don't teach you, first, they don't know too much about themselves. But they don't teach you seasons. They don't teach you cycles, things like that. There's cycles in nature. Well, you got a week is a cycle, right? 4 cycles a month, 12 different weeks. You got 12 months, that's a cycle of a year. You got a 24,000 year cycle, 6,000 years, for a period of 6,000 years. So what does those cycles mean? Well, actually, you have 4 seasons for approximately 24,000 year cycle. And right now, we just come out of, that's why I talk about 6,000 years. We now just come out of the cycle, the worst one we ever had, worst winter cycle. Now we're about to move into the spring cycle. Let's move into this. So here we are, and then what happened? We got first energy wave. First energy wave. Okay, the Quran says it's momentous in heaven and earth, but it's coming all of a sudden. Coming all of a sudden. We're talking about the universe starts contracting, and now it comes back in waves. So we start getting energized, because the problem we had was low energy, because all the energy that used to be here was out there. So now it's coming back. So now as we be earth is mentioned heaven, momentous in heaven and earth, but it's coming above a sudden. So now everybody energized. Not just everybody. Everybody energized, everybody gets the same amount of energy, because we live in a pressure system. But anytime growth meets resistance, because they have control of us. So we energize, that means we start getting more control of ourselves, which they will resist, because they want to maintain control over us. So civil war, right, was an effort to keep us down in that condition. They don't want to tell you like that. So, well, civil war was for the free black. No, that wasn't reason. It wasn't reason. Right? Because first of all, the South wanted to keep you in the fields. The North says, no, you got to free them. Why? Because the North was upset because they didn't need you in the fields anymore. We went from the agricultural age to the industrial age. They had the cotton gin, all that kind of stuff. They had machines to do this kind of stuff. They didn't need you in the fields anymore. So what Massa was doing was putting you in. Now they started having factories. They call them plants. Then they got wives, just like shillings. Well, plants sound like plantation, so they don't call them plants anymore. They just call them plants. Factories. So what slave masters were doing is, okay, I don't need them in the field anymore. I'm gonna put them in the factories. Now goes to the factory owner and says, look, you paying these white people $10 an hour. I'll let you have one of these slaves. You can pay them $1 an hour. They're gonna work harder for you and they won't get no trouble. He said, well, I can get 10 of them for one white person, and they make a lot of profit. They was doing that. And the white people was losing jobs. They got mad about that. It was up north. They got mad. They said, we gotta stop doing this. And so they tried to compromise with the South. So, well, you limit it and don't do it in Western states and so forth. They tried everything they could to try to stop the South from doing that. And the South said, no, we're going to continue doing it. We're making money doing it. We don't need them in the fields. We're going to put them in the factories. That's what the war was all about. The war was all about. Not because Lincoln had the point about freeing you, Emancipation Proclamation, came late in the war. Look it up. And the only reason he came because they wasn't doing too good in the war against the South, and so somebody told them if you use these niggas and tell them they'll be free, they can help fight. And that's what he did. That's turned that war around. That's the truth of it. And that's the truth of it. Okay? So the Civil War is a resistance to you arising up. The resistance. Right? Any action has opposite reaction. Reaction is a resistance. Keep that in mind. So here you go. Now you made it. You overcame the resistance. Right? To overcome the resistance was right. You helped them fight in the North. But as soon as it was over, did they give you 40 acres and a mule? They immediately started unions, trade guilds, and apprenticeships. Keep you out of those jobs. You understand? Immediately keep you out of those jobs. That means that's what it was all about. That's what North did. Right? Okay. So at that point, you energized. So you broke your chains. That's like said to Mark. You broke the chains. They didn't do it. They want to take you. We didn't know because they don't want. They want you to think that after 40 years they love you now. You just forget about what they've done to you. Okay. So at that point, we got two type of people, but we don't know we're two type of people. We still think we're all black. Still, remember that somebody says an enemy sowed the chaff amongst the wheat. The enemy did it. And it was all together. So we couldn't tell one from the other, so we always thought we was all together. So at that point, right, the division starts showing up because some want to stay their master. House niggas, they still want to stay on the farm with master because they love master. They're upset because master don't treat them like he treat their white children. And the original people said, let's get help. They went to the cities. As far as they knew the way to get away from white people. They didn't know about Africa, they didn't know about anything else. All they knew was get away from that damn farm. And then the blues reflected our attitude at that time. Attitudes of blue, we didn't know what to do. I mean, it was all, we couldn't read, we couldn't write, we didn't have anything. Now we're unemployed, if you want to call it that, right? We had the blues. Right? And then we stopped calling ourselves niggers, started calling Negroes and workers. Right? See the division? But we didn't notice the division at that time. It wasn't that big a deal. We still all black people. Just one stay on the farm and one was to go to cities. Understand that? Okay. And like I said, the resistance to that was Civil War. Okay, let's move on. Let's see here. Now, black folks are starting to learn more about themselves, learn about more Africa, all that kind of stuff. Starting to learn. And their resistance to black folks trying to start doing for self. I see the difference between them and the massa. And so look at these things right here. You can Google this on your own. But 1921, the Black Wall Street, there was all these cities, these black folks try to establish themselves, try to go for themselves, they burned them down. Just talking about right here, there's a couple of examples. 1921, 1923, 1970, all during that period of time, black folks building cities, trying to do for self. And they burned it down. They burned all kinds of white folks kept burning it down. So what? So we got reparation stuff. Well, hell, why won't they burn it down again? That's history. They gave the Indians land, right, and then took it back so they found something they lack. But why are people talking reparations like or something? If you make a deal with them, these people they left white people. They went out in the desert, went out everywhere in the country, whatever. Got some land on their own, wasn't bothering anybody, and white folks went there and burned it down. They don't want black folks rising. But this was the opposition to the next stage. Now remember, the agricultural stage, right? That's when you farming, when you people farm and stuff. Devils was an agricultural age over nearly 6,000 years. Think about that. That farming and Rome and all those oak, it was all agricultural age civilizations. Farm, that kind of stuff, agricultural age. No machines, anything. Keep that in mind. Okay. So the agricultural age, the way they got over agricultural age by enslaving us. Because capitalism is all about slavery. Capitalism, by definition, slavery. The term capitalism, look it up, didn't exist until they started enslaving us. That's the name of the system that we're under, but they won't call it that. They call communist and socialism system is a system where they share all the wealth. We'll talk about that in a minute. But they won't tell you that way because capitalism started. That was the name of the system that enslaved us. That's the name of the system right here that still helps us slave. They say, oh, capitalism is great. Well, capitalism by definition is enslavement. Maximum profit, minimum overhead. If you get people to work for nothing, that actually maximize your profit. That's exactly what they was doing. And the word capitalism did not exist before they started enslaving us. Take my word for a look it up. Anyway, so remember, change brings about resistance. So here's resistance. What was the change that they was resisting? What was the change they was resisting? It was burning. Remember, black folks trying to do for self, trying to think about learning about themselves and everything else. And this was just some of it. All they burned down all their cities everywhere. And they thought, oh, we're gonna get cities and all. Why do you think they wouldn't still burn them down? Okay, let's move on. Now, this resist to something. Resist to this. That's what Marcus Garvey was promoting. But you had Eurocentric and Afrocentric. Remember, two divisions again. But they're saying we want to be more like Massa. They were trying to build. They want to build cities too, but they want to build like Massa does. Right? They want to build it with Massa. You understand? Eurocentric. But we said Afrocentric. Marcus Garvey, Noble Drew Ali, Master Muhammad, Afrocentric. That's a new age now. Let me back up. Our culture age was when I was enslaved. That's the age. Let me back up here. I forgot to hit myself. My age is here. This is the industrial age. Industrial age means they start bringing machines and stuff. Industrial age. Now, why does age come back after 50 years? They need some industrial age. Remember, our culture age, you need people to physically go out and pick cotton and pick fruit and all that kind of stuff. Industrial age, you got machines to do that. So they didn't need you for that anymore. They need you to be doing that anymore. So they didn't need you to do it anymore. So what happened? Okay, when you broke, you had no jobs, right? You're a cop, whatever, but they didn't need you in the fields anymore. You understand? And if you're a sharecropper, you still use machines and stuff, but industrially, they didn't need you. And so that's another reason why you wasn't there, because they didn't need you there anymore. They had plants, or factories and all that kind of stuff, right? They have cotton gins, all these different things they didn't have before. So they didn't need you. That's why you wasn't in that situation. They didn't need you anymore. That's industrial age. They went from agricultural age, suddenly industrial. America was the first to go to industrial age. Think about that. Then you got Europe, you got China, you got France, Germany, but all these white folks' countries, how come they didn't industrialize? Why only here first? Because we're here. Right? We're the engine behind it. Our ideas. Anyway, remember that. Industrial age. And then 50 years later, remember I said this happens probably every 50 years. When we had the blues, then the resistance, another 50 years coming up, boom, probably 50 years, then we got a new, right? Then we start feeling jazzy. We start thinking about Africa. There was resistance. Electronic age started doing for self. And they were resisting that. They burn a lot of towns and everything down. Stop calling themselves Negroes, call themselves colors and laborers. You know what I'm saying, brothers and sisters? Get out of mind now. Electronic age now. See? Electricity and stuff like that. Electronic age. Electrical things. What they call it? What they call that stuff in the Mars code and all that kind of stuff. New age. Coming out of America and came out of here. For us. Keep that in mind now. Okay? So here, and then remember, they attack. They trying to do everything to frustrate our advancement. Okay. And then, another 50 years later, more energized, resistance again. What's the resistance this time? All those riots and stuff. What? Probably 50 years later. 60s. That was resistance to us moving to the next level. Information age. Information age. Remember the other age previously, who was the best at it? Who was the best workers in the factories and plants and all that kind of stuff? They try to stop that. So here you go, information age. And you got two separation again. One group, they want to get even closer to the master. They want to live with master. They want to marry master. They want to live right next door to master. They want equal rights with master. They will be considered equal master. So I'm your son. I'm your daughter. You got to treat just like your white children do. That's exactly what the integration is all about. And other groups said, we got to get the hell out of here. We don't want to have nothing to do with you. That's exactly where it was. See right there. Oh, let me check this. Hold on, brothers and sisters. As I cover that up. You see them two together. The disagreement. At that time, we started saying, wait a minute. We started realizing there's something different between us. We have two different, because the distinction became a little violent, more angry. So argue with each other. Okay? So they started calling us stupid, man. Y'all stupid, man. Y'all want to go back to Africa. Call them stupid. Why you want to be around these devils? I mean, you know, see what I'm saying? But still, we still consider us all black. This major disagreement. So they call us African American, call us blacks, and then they changed from workers to employees. Now we're employees. We're still slaves. We still work for them. That's the new name. You're employees now. You keep changing the name. Now we call it employees now. See the distinction become greater? And the resistance was all those riots and everything trying to stop us. Remember the dogs and everything else? Everything comes from resistance. So they major riots all over the country. Keep that in mind. Resistance, another age. And then we got Motown sound. Okay, now we have more spirit, right? Oh, say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. You know what I'm saying? New level. The music was reflecting our attitude. Remember, every stage, blues, you know, it was confused, jazz, we started finding about ourselves. Motown, now we start blacking ourselves. Say it loud, black and proud. We have afros. He can carry on. But the integration is right. They were getting closer and closer to Massa. They actually want to live with him. Right? Marry him and everything else. Keep that in mind, brothers and sisters. Okay, let's move on to the next level. Remember, that's 50 years, right? So now, we're here. This is where we are right now. If that pattern holds, right, that means there could be a great resistance to what's about to happen here. The music hasn't showed up yet. Every 50 years, a new music that reflects that attitude hasn't showed up yet. New age, AI age. But see, that's the age. Remember each one of those ages? Resistance. And the type of resistance there was. Because like it was the Jim Crow laws to stop me from being around and everything else. I told you it was the nature of resistance. So what's the nature of resistance is? Remember, because the type of age it was, right? And the kind of resistance there was. Let's rise up to the next level. Now we're at AI age. What does AI age mean? What does industrial age mean? Industrial age means they need you in the fields no more. You know what I'm saying? They need you in the fields anymore. Back here, the information age, they need you in their factories no more. In the plants. They send their jobs to China. See what I'm saying? They ain't need you there anymore. So now AI age, and they don't need you for anything anymore. Because when they need you in the factories no more. They build prisons for you, private prisons. They put all our people in jail and all that kind of stuff because they need you in. Because what they gonna do with you? They need you in the factories anymore. You ain't have no job. So now you're homeless. You're doing drugs. You're in prison. Because you ain't have no job because they send all the jobs. They make Detroit a basket case. You know what I'm saying? Because they need you in the factories anymore. They send the jobs over to China. So now, age, you don't need anything anymore. Nothing. That's what you need to be concerned about. That's where they're making their final move at. They got to. Let me speak this a little bit, and I think we'll do a two-part on this. Go and check out China. Go check out China. You know what's happening in China? There's a whole, China's one of their major competitors. I know you ain't paying attention to this, you don't understand this, but China's one of the major competitors. Now, you know, China has the best electric car in the world. It's half price what they have. You can Google it. It's even less than that. The best, and it's easy to charge, and it's the best electric vehicle in the world. But they won't let it come here. Why? Because they did the same thing happened to the Japanese products, came in, Nissan, and everything else. All of a sudden, Toyota, all the American cars took a deep dive, right? They charge fast, and they're much cheaper, and they're much better. Anything America has. They come here, that destroy the car industry. See, you don't pay attention because I'm doing tariffs. Why he's doing tariffs? He don't put these things together. What he's doing is he's saying, okay, if you buy a car here for $20,000, right? And you buy the same car, the electric car, for instance, $20,000. You buy the same car from China, the same car is even better, $10,000, even better. Well, why wouldn't you buy that? So Trump says, oh, I'll put $10,000 tariff on it, so it'll be the same thing as this, or $11,000 tariff, so you got to pay more for it. That's why he put tariffs on it, to keep you from buying things that's cheap, that's better than what America has. We said, wait a minute, why is China able to produce a car like that? Because one instance they had a factory, they almost have a robot nation over there. They had a factory had 2,000 workers. 2,000 workers. And we put AI in, they only use 200. 200 out of 2,000. But see, China has a different system they have here. They have a socialist system they call communism. Communism is an economic and a government system. Socialism is just the economics part. Right? Okay. They don't tell you that part either. So the thing is, socialism means whatever the wealth the government cut, it shares everybody. So nobody's poor, nobody's homeless, everybody gets a share. That's socialism. You have to pay to go to the doctor. You got to pay your medical bills. You got to pay that stuff. It's all covered. So it's shared amongst everybody. The reason why they don't want socialism here, because they don't want to share with you. They don't want to share with you because they got socialism all in all the European countries. All the white countries over there, socialism, Germany, France, all of them, socialist countries. They don't tell you that. They don't tell you socialism, communism, the same damn thing, just the type of government you have. They confuse you. See? Because capitalism is about enslaving you, telling you what to do, you tell you when to work, right? and exploiting you. Because if you take, and for instance, if you take, and you go out there and say you're a salesman, and you go out there and you sell $10,000 worth of product, well, that was your effort, right? A day. But the master only giving you $1,000 a day. What? $9,000. You see what I'm saying? But you put $9,000 effort, $10,000 effort in, you're gonna give you $1,000 a day. That's what capitalism is all about. Exploiting people. Anyway, it's no story. You understand what I'm saying? They don't want to share with you. So they can do that over here. So everything is cheaper. But the point is that they don't need, you know, let me give you a couple examples. I'm gonna close. I'm gonna have to do this tomorrow. Give you a couple examples. If they have a Burger King over there, whatever, they don't need people in there. So they got what, 10, 20, 10, 50 people in there working $10 an hour, whatever, in minimum wage. They got a robot in there, maybe 2 or 3 robots. All they got to do is charge. So that $2, $3 burger that you got to pay for, maybe it costed 50 cents. So if they put that fact, if they put it over here, what store you gonna go to? You don't go to $303 burger or a 50-cent burger, the same burger. They put tariffs and stuff. There were a lot of stuff come here. So China's doing that. It doesn't hurt the economy because it's cheap for everybody. Everybody shares the wealth the country get in. It doesn't hurt them. See? But this kills comedy, it kills capitalism, destroys it. Destroys it. See? Another example. You don't need a car in China. What they do is they have, remember these cars, they have brand new cars, they have them all over the place. They're sitting there. Driverless cars. So what you do is you come out the movie or whatever, you got an app, you press the app and say, okay, I want to go here. We do have car, the first closest car nearby, lights up. So hey, so that's the one you go to. You go in there, get in there, sit down. The car drives you, driverless car to where you want to go. That's it. You don't need a car. You don't need a car for anything. They can do that in that kind of economy. Because like I said, everybody shares wealth. So you can do it over here because it's a great economy. Let me give another example. Well, hold on for that for a minute. The thing is, that's what they're doing there. It's killing, like this deep sea thing. They killed the AI that beats America's. They bought some planes. France, India bought some planes from, I guess, America's jet planes, and Pakistan got from China. And they went against each other. The Pakistan planes blew out the American planes, blew them out the sky. Easy. So it's things like that. So it's cheap for everybody over there. Like I said, everybody shares the profit. So they got to put tariffs to stop coming. But see, the point is that everything gets cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. They can do more and more and more. And America can keep up with that. And when they keep up with it, they got to go AI. They got to go AI. But they can't go AI because they go AI here. They don't have nobody in Burke anymore. Where you going to work at? They won't give you no check. They just got Boski, whatever his name was. He ran for president out of Texas, right? When Trump was running the first time, whatever, they asked him about, what's going to happen to all these jobs in AI? He said, oh, we're going to send everybody a check. You believe that? They have to go AI. They have no choice. Because they put these tariffs over, people are retaliating. Because other countries say, okay, you can put tariffs on, we're going to put tariffs on you. They're retaliating. Because everybody's making stuff cheaper and everything else because they got robots in there right? And they got almost robot cities in China, almost robot cities. So to make it easy for everybody else. Right? You got to work much hours and everything else because they got robots doing it. And like I said, the wealth that comes in, they now they can still sell their products and make more money. So everybody shares the wealth. America don't want you to know that because it's a better system. On top of that, they don't have to share the wealth with you. So the bottom line is they have to go AI. They have no choice. Remember, I was telling you, all these systems came out of us. We the ones promote industrial. We the ones that create innovation. Why all innovation come out of America? Was we're here, but they won't tell you that. So AI is part of our growth into the new seasons. Because Master Muhammad didn't come here with a flying carpet. He came with superior technology, way beyond anything. So that means we're moving to that higher technology. And so agriculture age, it was in 1,000 years, all of a sudden we come here, they went to industrial age, then go to information age, then go to, you know what I'm saying? Because we're growing, we're moving, get more complicated, but they can't control it because it's more, but they got the innovation, but because they lose control of us, they lose control of it. So they got a point where we got to do something. We got to go AI. If we go AI, we got to get rid of these niggas. Because if they found we go AI, they won't have no jobs. And they ain't going to sit around and just starve to death. Remember the resistance? Every time we walk to another level, because at that point, right, we're going to want more control. The demons want more control. They want to take control of America. We want to control ourselves. How do we control ourselves? We have to get the hell out of here. So we got two primary objectives that's totally against their control of us. One wants to take control of America away from them, and one wants to get control of ourselves and get the hell away from them. The two extremes both means them lose control. If they lose control, control is two-way, it's a one-way street. Either you control or they control, or you got a stalemate. So if we get control, that means we end up getting control over them. Like they had control over us. They don't want that because then you're talking about revenge. If they lose control of us, that means only reason they can lose control of us because that means we can control over them. You understand? In between there. Then if they lose control of us, that means we start having control over them. It's one way or the other. They got to do everything to stop it. But the point right now is that's their planning, and they have to move fast because they're losing this war. That's why Trump is doing all these tariffs and all that kind of stuff. He putting all his armies in the cities now, closing in. I already told you about the dilemma between false Israel and America. They have to go AI. And the only way AI, that means there won't be any jobs. Especially the type of jobs you do. You made a call lately. People used to be administrative assistants, now you talk to a damn computer. They have to make things cheaper. They don't have those Pep Boy stores stuff where I told them I got real. I said, stay away from that stuff. They listen. Now they're not working. They don't have that over there. Remember these driverless cars? It does self-analysis. Like, you drive your car, it says, okay, you need an oil change or whatever. This computer thing says, okay. Then it drives you at night. If you own a car, you don't have to own one. And if you own one, at night, it does a check, diagnosis, takes yourself over to the Pep Boy. The computer's near, they take and make the change, send back. You never knew anything happened. And they're growing fast over there. And America's falling behind. They can't afford to fall behind because that means their military, everything is. You understand? That's what they see. They can't tell you that. And you're the biggest problem. But the other problem is that once they get rid of you, they have to get rid of a lot of them too. But they use them to get rid of you. And then use, I talk about Geronimo. Then they had, because they can't have this population, everything with AI. They can't employ people. Why are you going to employ people, 10, 20 people, when you can employ a robot and not have to pay them anything? Why you got $100,000 pay out every month on salaries, but you ain't got to pay nothing, just charge the damn thing up. Look at the profits there. We say, well, somebody's got to buy the product. Well, they don't have a problem in socialist countries, do they? They don't buy anything. Just share what you make. So that means an attack against capitalism too. It's totally, because remember, we're moving from winter into spring. So spring destroys everything in the winter. And what you're witnessing is a transition to the spring. New age. Yeah, I think we got the most powerful computers in the world. They're off planet. That's how they write prophecy and carry on. Master Muhammad, it's the greatest technology. He didn't come, I say he came with technology, super technology. That means we're moving up to, that means this stuff is coming in. Because remember, they lose control of this stuff. But it was they were cave people for 5,000 years. Until they got a whole lot, then they start moving up. Because we're the ones that's promoting that. We're the ones that sourced of it. Because we're moving into spring now. And that spring's against them. Global warming, that's good for us. All this technology. I tell people, start studying technology. Oh man, well, you're gonna be lost then, because you're gonna be a monkey, an ape when you get in the hereafter, because the technology gonna be off the page. This is nothing compared to what it's gonna be. You can't understand this, you ain't gonna understand that either. It's gonna be much complicated. We really got, they can't figure it out. What you think? We had a magic wand run that thing? The technology gonna be off the page. That's why we move into it. You see how fast technology is growing? If you're around old as I am, you around before you had televisions. When I was a child, you didn't have televisions. Look all the stuff because we moved to spring, but you don't see it that way. They lose control of it because they winter people. They're trying to hold on to the winter. I think I'm gonna leave it there, brothers and sisters. I had a lot more to talk about. Maybe tomorrow I elaborate. But you understand I'm trying to get you to understand what's going on, the danger we're in. And you don't hear Farrakhan and them talking about this because first they don't know. And they plan to get rid of, they have no choice. They got to get rid of us. And they got to do it fast. Or they're going to be far behind China and all these other countries. And remember, they conflict with them right now. You see how much why do you think so much conflict in the world right now? Because America's in trouble. They got to keep up. And we one of the main things to keep them keeping up. Because if they go AI with a capitalist system, blacks will tear this country apart. They're not going to sit there and starve. They got to get rid of you. And that's where the plan's right. That's the snare. That's why they're moving all these things. Okay, let me say it last thing. I'm going to put it this way. You know, when you're NFL, NBA, all that kind of stuff, you're a boxer, you got to train before the event, right? You have to train. So you train on dummies or whatever. You would train. So when the event comes, then you're ready to go. But you don't train on the event. You don't fight. You don't train with the boxer. You're going to fight. You don't train with the team that you're going to play against. You train on something else. So when that comes, now you know you qualified. That's what's going on right now. They're training with immigrants. They know how to round your ass up. They're training over Gaza, how to just kill people and get you. What's the word I want to use? Not for immunize, but anyway, get you. Guess word I didn't use for that. But to get you accept that kind of thing, because everybody they act like almost normal. They're just killing people outright already, and America's the one that's guilty. You say, man, it falls in? No. America's giving the bullets and the gun to who's guilty. They couldn't do it without the bullets and the gun. Okay? They're getting you, everybody prepared for this reality. That's why it says, men's hearts fell in fear, those things come upon the earth. The power said, they see what's going on, they're coming here. They said, man, they're not talking about just white men, they're talking about black folks too, because then they're going to realize that's going to happen to us, because they're going to be killing us. What they're doing over there, Palestine, that's preparation, training, outright genocide, training. Remember, they call them desert niggers. They know they are brothers. The Arabs are his brothers. If they kill them, they don't have a problem killing us. America's behind. So they desensitize. That's what they desensitize. Desensitize to you. The media is going along with it. You understand what's going on here? They ain't tell you that. They closed in on you. So in other words, oh man, just see how he's killing people down in the boats. I mean, they're getting people desensitized to it. It's blowing people out of the water. It ain't about drugs. It's about getting you desensitized, just killing people. Just killing them. Because you next. Gathering them up. Immigrants say, gathering them up. See, law enforcement gathering them up. Bringing troops into the cities. Because now he got the power, and the courts ain't saying a damn thing about it. In other words, well, if you get up, like have a George Floyd instance, like that, you start riding, then the military, which is against the Constitution, can kill you, they shoot you down. And already getting people, they blow people out of the water right there, and they don't know if they're drug dealers or not, just blow them out. They're getting desensitized what they're getting ready to do. You ain't hearing for this American knows crime, because they don't know, and if they didn't know, they don't realize they next right behind us. That's what's going on. They training, getting the training to move the closing on you. They're getting people trained to gather you up, to blow you away with children no matter what. Okay, you know where the police train at? The police in this country, you know where they train at? Google it. They go over to false Israel to get their training. Did you hear me? Let me say it. Did I just say it again? They go to false Israel to get their training, the cops in this country. Do I just say it again? Did you get it? They go to false Israel to get their training. Why are they going over there to get their training? We're here. They're closing in on you. They're coming. It ain't going to work. Well, it's going to work on a lot of you. People lost for lack of knowledge. And Farrakhan and his clowns, they ain't speaking on it. They don't know about it. The ones do know it. If they don't know, if they didn't know, they wouldn't do anything in it. Well, I don't know what they would do. But they're going to be caught up next after they get rid of us. They get rid of them. They're going to attack all blacks. And all this thing is setting the stage, and they train everybody to get ready. So when they pull the trigger, boom. And so why are blacks so complacent? Because the media isn't on it. All these movies now, all the ads, we all live together, multiracial, all these top stars, they got interracial relationships and carrying on in the music. I already told you how the music, that music is designed for your certain mental reaction or spiritual, social, emotional reaction. They're going to hit you with that real large in a minute. Yeah, do you understand, brother and sister? You know, it would be nice if there was other brothers out there that could help get this message across, but I can't trust anybody because they don't take the time to get it right. It's got to be right. But this is what's happening right now, and it's close. It's right at the door. All this training is, so when time comes, they pull the trigger, everybody's trained up, they come in and gather you up. Detention centers out there, they can transform you. They can take people in prison. Now, how do they do that? They can take American citizens, not immigrants, right? Not illegals. American citizens, they can put them in El Salvador, in their prison down there. How do they do that? Well, that's Google it. Let Trump do whatever he wants to do. Who's in the prison now, people? So they can kill them and just ship them out. Anyway, get the hell out of here. Kill them and ship them out. That's one of the reasons I got a problem in Venezuela, because Venezuela won't take them. So but they'll kill them, ship them out. They got to get rid of you. Get rid of you. All these detention centers, they don't need detention centers anymore. They don't need detention centers anymore because they can just ship people right out. Illegals. So why are they building all these detention centers? They build a big one in Texas. They build another one here in Florida. Why? They don't need them anymore. For you. They closed. They said, come as a snare. And I don't want to tell you about this. I'm leaving there, brother. Says maybe I'll pick up on it tomorrow. I got a lot more to tell you. But that should be enough right there. That should tell you who Farrakhan is. Let me check one more thing. I'm going to check, and then maybe I'll show one more thing here. Give me a second, brothers and sisters. Okay, brothers, let me show you a couple more things as I'm close. Let's come out snare. You think they're lying? So let's cut Israel, be as a nation. Remember no more. You think they got you thinking that's false Israel? That's you. You just see that's why Farrakhan. Remember, he's not the seed of Abraham. He lost the devil. He despised the covenant. See? He ain't going the way. He's against the covenant. He's against the message of the covenant. He don't tell you about him. He don't tell you about Joshua, the fulfillment of the covenant. He don't tell you about the covenant itself. We'll return home. Think about that. Why does he tell you about it? Because it doesn't apply to him. Okay, listen to a couple of things. Let's see what side that back here. Let's see what side he's on. Let's see what side this is on. See, on this side or this side. Listen to him.
I believe that America can be beautiful. How can America be made beautiful? Now, family, listen. My brother Imam Waterford and I have had disagreement, but his followers and mine have never given each other as much as a bloody nose. Because in spite of our differences, there's a deep love in us. We don't like the things about our nation that is not good, but I don't want to live anywhere else. I want America to be made right. I don't want to see America go the way of Rome and Babylon and Sodom and Gomorrah. But why won't you go that way? If the men of religion and the women of religion keep silent.
Okay, let's listen to the other side.
When the Muslims were alive, I'll say it again. When the Muslims were alive, you as hell now on both sides. Yes, sir, brother. Yes, we are. That's real. Both sides. When we were alive, we set up schools. That's right. When we were alive, we had supermarkets. We owned buildings. We owned farmlands. We were busy doing something. High in our people. Well, I'm telling the Muslims, damn it, if you don't come alive, you will die like you are. And I will say, thank you, Allah, because if they're not doing nothing on top of the earth, let the worms eat their ass.
So, brothers and sisters, what do you think? What side of the coin you think he's on? Both sides, male and female. Remember, those are the ones that put steaks on his plate. What are you talking about? The Muslims. Those one putting steaks on his plate. One's putting $500 suits on his back. Dressmobiles. $10,000 rings. Think about it. Those ones doing that. And that's what he feel about them. But for the devils, he loved them. He doesn't have to happen to them. So what side of the coin you think he's on? That's him. He hate the Muslims, and he neglect to say he's the one that killed the Nation of Islam when the Muslim was alive. He's the one that killed it, him and Wallace. Remember I showed you the Benjamins? Which side of the thing he's on? He wants to stay here. But like Muhammad said clearly, we're fools to stay here in the land of imprisonment. Now, Muhammad said they're 100% devil, 100% wicked, but he said they are brothers. Which side is he on? Is he with us or is he with them? Let me say one more thing, bro. Let me see what I got here. One more thing and I'm closed. Okay. So what side do you think he's on? The message of covenant, he come, right? He's talking about the covenant, getting the hell out of here. Separating from remember, now there's distinction, see how this far here? At this point, the difference between so and great, they realize they're two different people. He hates the Muslim now. Like when the Muslim was alive, he's talking to the Muslims. He said, y'all are no good now. See? He wants to stay here. And we know that they're not people, so we calling them out. Y'all demons, y'all ain't us. Y'all skin folk. See, because the divide is so dramatic. But now we both know that we're not the same people. We always thought we was all black. Nah, we're all black, but we ain't the same people. They demons and we're original. Keep that in mind, brothers and sisters. Let me put on something else here. And then we're going home. And new music is about, remember, it's approximately 50 years, right? Well, here we are. Approximately 50 years. That means something dramatic is about to happen. If you hold on to this pattern, I just told you. Something dramatic, energizing. Okay. Let me say a couple things here. Now close. Now, remember you had the house niggas. Well, Mass was living off us. The symbiotic relationship, they try to use that word Sunday. They don't know what they're talking about. Symbiotic relationship is like, between us and trees. We breathe in air and breathe out carbon dioxide. We breathe oxygen. Plant trees are the opposite. They breathe in carbon dioxide and breathe oxygen. So without them, we would die. They're like the lungs of the planet. Okay. We had a symbiotic relationship. I probably should have had a graphic on that. But we would take and we would plant potatoes and corn and rice, all that stuff for them. All that stuff, all good stuff for them, right? They would eat it, turn this shit, and they gave us the shit. That's the symbiotic relationship. And we had to live off the shit and take the shit and convert it back into, because that's what you do, shit. I mean, that's what fertilizer is, right? Put shit back to, and then they would enjoy it, but we ate shit. Literally. That's where cow chicks come from. You be out there, you be starving, but they don't care about you. They get just enough to keep you working. They throw cow chips at you. Eat them cow chips, nigga. You have no idea the stuff they was doing. Because first of all, they try to hide it. Not, oh, don't tell history. That's symbiotic relationship. So we turn the shit into food, and they turn the food into shit. They give us shit, we gave them the food. And that went for hundreds of years. You don't tell me that's not what shillings are. Shillings is. Remember, they was living off us. That was symbiotic relationship. They were living off us. Right? Okay. So once the Industrial Revolution came in, they didn't need the farms anymore. They didn't live off us anymore. Remember, they was off us. And their children, their black-faced children, was living off of them from what they was getting from us. So basically, both of them was living off of us. See, because their master lived off of us, and they gave them some of what they had from us to them. So the Damon children were living off massa, because they was taking what master gives them, what master got from us. You understand? Makes sense. So both was living off of us. They was living in the house. Everybody that was in the house was living off of us. The master controlled the affair. So I said, okay, right? The potatoes and maybe right, and maybe they've got the leftovers or whatever. I don't know. But they pretty fair, as far as I understand. It wasn't forced to eat shit and shit like that. Anyway, the food they got from us. So both of them was living off of us. So once we was in the field anymore, they weren't living off us anymore. Then the demon said, "Hey, Master, what we gonna eat? Master, well, you ain't gonna live off us, because remember, they ain't getting nothing from us. Master's not getting anything from us anymore, right? Now the fields, so they ain't got nothing to give to the demons, their children, black-faced children. So they said, well, Master, what we gonna?" They said, "No, well, you can live off of them then. You live off of them. You ain't gonna live off of us." Think about that. So what does that mean? Half the people, the Injil tells us half the blacks in the country are demons. It's 34 million, 17 million are demons and 17 million original. That means if you know 10 black people, 5 of them probably demons. I was married to a demon when that was hell. Anyway, but you don't know. There's ways to tell now, I know, but I didn't know back then. You understand what I'm saying? So the thing is that's why it says enemy sowed this chaff amongst the wheat. So they put him in with us. Threw us in a ditch and threw them behind us. They threw us in a ditch after they didn't need us anymore. They threw the serpents, the vipers right behind us. That was their children. And so, hey, you live off them niggas. And that's what they've been doing. Because they can't build stores and factories and stuff in the white neighborhoods. Right? They can't take and be politicians over white neighborhoods. They only do black neighborhoods over us. And that's who they are. The politicians, the preachers, and all of them, they're all demons working, living off of us. And Farrakhan's the main one. He's a multi-millionaire. Where to get the money from? He don't have a business anywhere. And the son's multi-millionaire also. See, that was Master. You can live off of them. And so now you got the politicians, all these reverends out there. See? I've been preaching for 35 years. I may ask for a dime, and never will ask for a dime. I need your money. See, well, Elijah asked for money because Master Muhammad told him to do it. He says, take their money, but he didn't keep their money. He gave the money and gave it back to them because I lived there. I was with Elijah Muhammad from 775, and I worked my ass off, and I did it because I saw the benefit of living in a nation building, beautiful place. I was making $100 a week, gave me a nice apartment, gave me a brand new car. One of those Granadas when they first came out, gangster cars, and a brand new car. I was a foreman at Mama Street newspaper, making $100 a week. I sold 300 papers a week like everybody else. I did security, everything. So he wasn't living off us. The money came right back in. I shopped at Navy stores, everything. I had almost no contact with devils. And when Elijah Muhammad, he didn't depart a millionaire. All the money that he had was in a nation's name. And they went to court and got that money. and ripped us all off. See? So yes, he was told to take it because they don't know what to do with it and use it for their benefit, like a guardian. But Farrakhan is rich himself. That's who those demons are. They told, you ain't gonna live off us, live off them niggas. And that's what they've been doing. So you understand that? That's why he's preaching and everything else. That's their job, to live off you, to make a living off of you, telling you lies, telling you, oh, stick with master. Remember, that's what they all tell you. And them telling you, work against master. Be a good nigga. Work hard. Keep your nose clean. Work hard and you'll be successful. Well, hell, who works harder than us was in the fields? I guess we didn't keep our nose clean. Understand? And then leading you right to destruction because they're not telling you about anything that's going on right now. And if they tell you what the master tell them to tell you. There's a lot of demons. These preachers, Farrakhan's one of them. They're all living off you. These politicians, all of them. They're all demons, and they can't live off of white people. Devil say, you ain't gonna live off us. You love them niggas. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. That's the deal. Maybe more tomorrow. I'll close with this. See here? This is the pressure they're putting on us because we enclosed in them. They have more power than us because they don't teach us discipline. Discipline times energy equals power. We have no power because we have no discipline. They don't teach you discipline. They just let it hang out, party, right? Get high and everything else, right? And if once we get disciplined, this happens. They don't want this to happen. But now we have power over them, and now they're oppressed by us because we're oppressed by them because they're two different natures. Cats and dogs have two different natures. If a cat's in dog land, it's going to be oppressed because we have to act like dogs, and it's not happy acting like dogs. And the opposite be the same. The opposite will be true. So once we empower, they'll be oppressed because why? Because it's going to be difficult for them to live our standard. I'm going to leave it there on that one, brothers and sisters. That's not what happened. Men's hearts fell in them for fear of the expectation of those things which are coming on earth, where the powers have been shaken. Because what you see over there is going to be worse in a minute. When that war resumes over there, you're going to have a bloodbath over there like you've never seen before. You're talking about genocide, it's going to be a lot worse. You have a religious war, it's going to be a lot worse. You have economic wars, it's going to be a lot worse. And it's all coming here in spades. And not only white people's watch, that's why I say it's men. Don't say what type of men. Some of our people and some of the devils, they're going to be in shock. It's going to be epidemic of heart attacks. You'd be safe to drive. It won't be safe to drive. People have heart attacks right in their car. That's how dramatic it's going to be. And they come to kill you. And they're not coming to play. You see what they're doing right now is blowing people out of the water. They don't know if they're guilty or not. Nobody said anything about it. Just blow them out of the water. They kill women and children over there like they stepping on roaches over there. Yeah, guys, nobody said anything about it. They're training for you. All this putting military in the streets and everything else. Okay. Man says, my people lost for lack of knowledge. Can't because I'm not giving it to you. Okay, I'm going to play this and then I'm going to close. Because you understand the source, what you need protection from what's about to happen, and I have it for you. Now you have to listen to it. You have to pay attention. Because it tells you how to obtain power and how to protect yourself. Let me play a couple of things and I'm going to close.
Now after the death of Moses the servant of the Lord it came to pass, that the Lord spake unto Joshua the son of Nun, Moses' minister, saying, To Moses my servant is dead, now therefore arise, go over this Jordan, thou, and all this people, unto the land which I do give to them, even to the children of Israel. 3. Every place that the sole of your foot shall tread upon, that have I given unto you, as I said unto Moses. 4. From the wilderness and this Lebanon even unto the great river, the river Euphrates, all the land of the Hittites, and unto the great sea toward the going down of the sun, shall be your coast. 5. There shall not any man be able to stand before thee all the days of thy life, as I was with Moses, so I will be with thee, I will not fail thee, nor forsake thee. Six. Be strong and of a good courage, for unto this people shalt thou divide for an inheritance the land, which I swear unto their fathers to give them. 7. Only be thou strong and very courageous, that thou mayest observe to do according to all the law, which Moses my servant commanded thee. Turn not from it to the right hand or to the left, that thou mayest prosper whithersoever thou goest. 8. This book of the law shall not depart out of thy mouth, but thou shalt meditate therein day and night, that thou mayest observe to do according to all that is written therein, for then thou shalt make thy way prosperous, and then thou shalt have good success. 9. Have not I commanded thee? Be strong and of a good courage, be not afraid, neither be thou dismayed, for the Lord thy God is with thee whithersoever thou goest. 1. And it shall come to pass, when all these things are come upon thee, the blessing and the curse, which I have set before thee, and thou shalt call them to mind among all the nations, whither the Lord thy God hath driven thee, to and shalt return unto the Lord thy God, and shalt obey his voice according to all that I command thee this day, thou and thy children, with all thine heart, and with all thy soul. 3. That then the Lord thy God will turn thy captivity, and have compassion upon thee, and will return and gather thee from all the nations, whither the Lord thy God hath scattered thee. For if any of thine be driven out unto the outmost parts of heaven, from thence will the Lord thy God gather thee, and from thence will he fetch thee. 5. And the Lord thy God will bring thee into the land which thy fathers possessed, and thou shalt possess it, and he will do thee good, and multiply thee above thy fathers. 15. See, I have set before thee this day life and good, and death and evil. 16. In that I command thee this day to love the Lord thy God, to walk in his ways, and to keep his commandments and his statutes and his judgments, that thou mayest live and multiply, and the Lord thy God shall bless thee in the land whither thou goest to possess it. 17. But if thine heart turn away, so that thou wilt not hear, but shalt be drawn away, and worship other gods, and serve them. 18. I denounce unto you this day, that ye shall surely perish, and that ye shall not prolong your days upon the land, whither thou passest over Jordan to go to possess it. 19. I call heaven and earth to record this day against you, that I have set before you life and death, blessing and cursing. Therefore choose life, that both thou and thy seed may live. 20. That thou mayest love the Lord thy God, and that thou mayest obey his voice, and that thou mayest cleave unto him, for he is thy life, and the length of thy days, that thou mayest dwell in the land which the Lord sware unto thy fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, to give them.
Okay, brothers and sisters, I'm going to close here, but the bottom line is, it's giving you a choice. You can choose Farrakhan, that bullshit he's talking about. Choose the message of the covenant, go home. Choose Farrakhan, stay here with his bullshit. Or choose message of the covenant, practice, apply, discipline, the 5 pillars that I've talked about in previous presentation. I'll go over it again tomorrow. Apply that. That gives you power. No harm will come to you. It's if you want to go home, or you can stay here. Your choice, life or death. Stay with Farrakhan. But you got to make this choice soon. But this, everything's about to break loose. That's the choice you got, brothers and sisters. You understand? 15 message of covenant, one path. I show you 2 paths. One path of Farrakhan. And all those clowns in the way. Too late for them. They got a grievous chastisement coming to them. Crushing like you never imagined before. This is what we got to do. We got to separate them demons from us. Once we do that, then we're going home. They're going to stay here. They're going to choose the other path, stay and try to fight for America. We're getting the hell out of here. Your choice. But if you're one of them, you don't have a choice. If you're a demon, you might as well stay there because you're not going to be allowed over here. No weapon that's formed against you shall prosper. Every tongue that shall rise against you in judgment shall thou condemn. Remember, Farrakhan, you're wicked, it's simple. That's a promise. It's accurate. Again, his heart's failing. Okay. I'm going to close here, brothers and sisters. This is the gym for your discipline. It's the gym of discipline. I'm going to close here, brothers and sisters. Assalamu alaikum.
We have a lot of that going on, so we're taking care of our farmers. We can't let our farmers not have anybody, these people, you can't replace them very easily. People that live in the inner city are not doing that work. They're just not doing that work. And they've tried, we've tried, everybody tried. They don't do it. These people do it naturally. I said, what happens if they get it to a farmer the other day? What happens if they get a bad back? He said, they don't get a bad back, sir, because if they get a bad back, they die. I said, that's interesting, isn't it?
Well, you heard that. Donald Trump is a believer in eugenics. He believes that white people are the superior race. And inner city is code for black people. And he believes black people cannot now work on the farms. I guess they're not good enough for that. So Hispanic people can do it because they have the backs for it. This is what this man is saying out loud in interviews. He is a racist. It's been proven time and time again. The man had Mein Kampf on his bedside table that he would read at night. Enough to let you know where he stands on that. Just more outrageous, racist things from Donald Trump. They want to arrest those who can do the farm work well until their backs give out. And then he'll probably ship them to El Salvador or some other country. Just more vile statements from the president and let you know where he stands.
When they were arresting people for praying outside of abortion clinics. I mean, I do think the UK, and I say this as, someone who is half English, I think it's reached, or it is quickly reaching a point where democratic reforms are going to be pretty tough because of the demographic change. And that, of course, the point of importing all these people is to overwhelm the people who live there who disapprove of the program. So you don't have to care what they think because you just bring in new people, and their will becomes all that matters. And so I don't think you're going to fix these things through elections at some point, probably pretty soon. And I just worry a place like the UK, Canada is another, a bunch of different countries in the West are at the point where they're literally revolutionary. They are poised for revolution. And as someone who really doesn't support revolution and hates violence and hates civil war above all, I'm worried about that. I mean, I don't see how this is fixed. Starmer, who's, he's just an instrument of larger forces, but he's a poisonous character, obviously, who's really hurt your country. He's in there for 4 more years. And so you wonder, people are going to start to get really radical in a scary way. I think this is going to happen. And the people in charge don't seem to care.
Well, you're already seeing it. You are seeing the anger beginning to manifest itself. And I completely understand the anger. I don't, like you, I abhor any form of violence. But I do understand the anger when you have, Keir Starmer campaign. I'm going to smash the gangs that allow these little boats to come over the channel, delivering tens of thousands of people illegally into the country. And they then get put into these so-called asylum hotels where they're given a pretty good lifestyle. certainly a far better lifestyle than many people really struggling at the moment in the UK. And of course, far from smashing the gangs, it turned out yesterday that he's smashing new records for the number of people coming in illegally on the boats. It's out of control. And the British public are reaching a point of saying, we are done with people coming in illegally and being treated better in a more comfortable and more luxurious manner than we treat our own people.
Well, the whole point is to humiliate and degrade the indigenous population of the British Isles, the white population. I mean, that's the whole point. And are they really going to do something about it? What would that be exactly?
They are reaching a point of saying, we are done with people coming in illegally and being treated better in a more comfortable and more luxurious manner than we treat our own people.
Well, the whole point is to humiliate and degrade the indigenous population of the British Isles, the white population. I mean, that's the whole point. And are they really going to do something about it? What would that be exactly? You'd really have to force a lot of people to go back to their countries of origin, millions of people, and you need to do it really soon. And are they actually willing to do that? I don't know, but these are existential questions that we have been browbeat into ignoring for decades. But the question is like, is Ireland Ireland? If it's majority non-Irish, oh, shut up, they're Irish. No, they're actually not Irish. Same with the UK, same with England, Scotland, Wales. Like, it's all changing so fast. Nothing like this has ever happened in all of history, except when, say, the Mongols swept across the steppe and raped everybody. Like, that was true demographic change on this scale. But even that wasn't as profound as what we're seeing in every white country around the world. I would say the West, but Australia and New Zealand also. So, like, what is that? Now, my brain is not big enough to understand what that is. I have a lot of theories about it, but I don't know if they're true. All I know is what the numbers are, and that's real, and no one feels that he can say it. Everyone's like, oh, well, if that were happening in China or India or Malaysia or Senegal, it doesn't matter. You'd be like, what the hell is that? Like, the population's totally different. Look at graduation. Pick, I don't know, King's College Law School, and look at the graduation picture for the last 30 years. Who's in it? Just like, let your eyes tell you the truth for once. Like, this is a total change in population. Is it better? Is it worse? Can't have that conversation. Who's pushing this? Does the population want it? The population clearly doesn't want it. There's no polling that's meaningful on the subject. I mean, there's no referendum on it. You don't get to decide. You've got no voice in it, other than you get to go to jail if you complain loudly enough about it. What is this? I think it's the biggest and darkest thing that has happened in the last 1,000 years, for sure. And I think it's leading somewhere really, really bad. It's not happening by accident, that's obvious, because it's only happening in white countries.
I mean, I think that...
Oh, shut up, white supremacist. In fact, I'm not a white supremacist. Well, I'm just noticing what the hell's going on.
I think most people I've spoken to about this in the UK, most people have always viewed the UK to be a very tolerant, multicultural, cosmopolitan place to live. That's why so many people want to come here. And people have no problem with that. And it's been very successful for a long period of time.
But it's multicultural? What does that mean?
We have a lot of different people from different countries, different cultures, and it's always worked historically.
So is Sharia law, in a multicultural country, is Sharia law... What does that mean?
We have a lot of different people from different countries, different cultures, and it's always worked historically.
So is Sharia law, in a multicultural country, is Sharia law every bit as valid as English common?
No, people don't want Sharia law here. No.
A lot of people do. Wait, hold on. I don't know what you mean. Multiculturalism itself is the lie designed to subvert a society. No, a society has a culture. You can argue about what it is or ought to be. It's not necessarily the same as race. It's connected to race, but it's not the same. People from different races can buy into your culture. That was kind of the beauty of the West. But a multicultural society is not sustainable. There's no
your society is
one
about
culture will dominate.
Hang on, surely the United States of America, given the very way it was created, is the epitome of a multicultural society. And my point I was going to make to you was...
It's absolutely not. No. It's a multiracial society.
Yeah.
Though it was not actually a multiracial society up until pretty recent. It's just like 90% white for most of its existence, but whatever. But you did have different peoples, you had different religions. That was all totally fine, but there was one culture, it's American culture. There's no such thing as a multicultural society. It's not sustainable. One culture will overwhelm the other. Again, it's not the same as race. It's not identical to race. It's connected, but it's not the same. But multiculturalism is by definition insane. No, it's never happened. It never will happen. One culture will predominate. It will impose its values on everybody else. I mean, the gay thing, which was not a thing 40 years ago, gay was a slur, all of a sudden becomes multicultural there. There's one culture, and it's required. And that's true in every society, because a culture is a commonly agreed upon set of values, which in their firmest form are called laws.
But those values can evolve.
It's true everywhere.
But those values can evolve.
Of course they evolve, but there's only one set of them. It's not multicultural. There's one set. You don't have one God in every society. Sorry.
Your country's values were established by the United States Constitution, and that's had, what is it, 26, 27 amendments? Right, so your own values, as determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing time.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. That's natural. It's natural that people's views evolve.
So the culture changes.
When you're rejecting the laws of nature, then you're doomed. But let me just say, no, of course, societies change. I get it. All I'm saying, I'm making a very discrete, specific point, which is multiculturalism as an idea is laughably stupid. It has never worked. We never had it anywhere, and it never will exist, because it's contrary to human nature. One culture, one way of looking at things, one worldview will predominate, and it will punish all who deviate from it. That is the nature of societies. So if you're telling me it's
determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing time.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. That's natural. It's natural that people's views evolve.
So those values can evolve.
There's one culture, and it's required. And that's true in every society, because a culture is a commonly agreed upon set of values, which in their firmest form are called laws.
But those values can evolve.
This is true everywhere.
But those values can evolve.
Of course they evolve, but there's only one set of them. It's not multicultural. There's one set. You don't have one God in every society. Sorry.
Your country's values were established by the United States Constitution, and that's had, what is it, 26, 27 amendments? Right, so your own values, as determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing time.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. Natural that people's views evolve.
So the culture changes.
When you're rejecting the laws of nature, then you're doomed. But let me just say, no, of course, societies change. I get it. All I'm saying, I'm making a very discrete, specific point, which is multiculturalism as an idea is laughably stupid. It has never worked. We never had it anywhere, and it never will exist, because it's contrary to human nature. One culture, one way of looking at things, one worldview will predominate, and it will punish all who deviate from it. That is the nature of societies. So if you're telling me it's multicultural, we can all live and have radically different values, that's just not true. It's never been true. It never will be true. So you're having one culture, one worldview predominate over another and dominate and suppress all dissent. That's just what it is.
But I would point to the United States of America and the United Kingdom as two shining examples, albeit not completely without their flaws, the shining examples of places that are deemed by the rest of certainly feel that about my country.
Well, I certainly think that inherent in Christianity is the notion of tolerance, and that draws from a core Christian concept, which is free will. You cannot force someone to convert. There's never been conversion by the sword in Christianity. People decide to believe in it. And so that is central to the religion, therefore it's been central to the society. Western civilization is Christian civilization, and so we call that tolerance. It's a respect for your inherent God-given right to make a choice about what you believe. Okay, so of course, that's always been a feature. My only point is, a society has a commonly agreed upon set of beliefs, rules, and laws that are the definition of the society itself. That's what society is. So you can't have competing. You can't have, gay world and Sharia world living co-equally in a society. That does not happen. It will never happen. So you have to pick one. Are we the Sharia society? Are we the party time gay rights society? Which one? And you can't face that reality, so you're just sort of snoozing along until the inevitable point where you can wake up and be like, my values have no bearing on what our society is anymore, because we've been invaded by other people with a totally different worldview, and they're now in charge. And that day is coming very soon for your country, and maybe it'll improve it. I don't think the UK could be a lot worse than it already is. It's this kind of disgusting, sad, self-hating, suicidal island that was once great. It kills me to see it as a half-English person, but that day is coming. It will change. You will either decide to be Western or Eastern. That's a choice that we're all going to face. I don't want to face that choice, but it's being foisted upon us by the architect. That's a choice that we're all going to face. Suicidal island that was once great. It kills me to see it as a half-English. That day is coming. It will change. You will either decide to be Western or Eastern. That's a choice that we're all going to face. I don't want to face that choice, but it's being foisted upon us by the architects of mass migration. Sorry.
I would question your characterization of my country as a sad, disgusting, horrific, suicidal nation. I feel none of those things. I feel very happy to be in the United Kingdom, and I feel that there are lots of very happy.
Our system, the Western system, which is very distinct from the Eastern system, very distinct, and it's distinct on this one precise point, we believe, and have always believed since this country was founded, since your country became, not a pure monarchy, but even when it was a pure monarchy, the belief in the West, because of Christianity, was the worst thing you can do is punish the innocent. That's the worst thing you can do. That's worse than not punishing the guilty. And we often said that to each other. We no longer say that because there is a pretty concerted effort to blur the meaning of these terms. But I'm not going to be deterred from defining words precisely. Terror is murdering people, killing people, punishing people who committed no crime. Period.
So when the Israeli government says it has repeatedly that even though over 20,000 completely innocent children are believed to have died in their response to what Hamas did on October the 7th at the hands of the IDF, there are many on the pro-Palestinian side who say that Israel is behaving like terrorists too in the way that they have gone about conducting this war. Would you go as far as to say that?
One of the things that I really object to now is this relentless focus on Israel, which, by the way, is a foreign country that I have nothing to do with.
We've done this before. Now, maybe today things are different, and we will end up living in a nation that is sharply divided and may ultimately produce something else. But I'm an American. I love my country. I want to see it stay together. I'm interested in social cohesion, which means that I think our laws, customs, and culture have to be dominant. We can accept some diversity on the edges, but not fundamental division. I think we're in a state of fundamental division. So when I bring up Sharia law, I've sat in many discussions with many people that said, well, I don't care what people look like, but I do care about Sharia law, and I don't want that practiced anywhere near my family or in my country. And that's something you should be aware of. So the notion that someone can come here and say, well, that's part of my religion, and we're going to abide by Sharia law, they're going to find serious resistance and opposition in the country. That's it's because it matters. It's this thing we call societal cohesion. Nations do not exist on their own. They have a core population. Our core population from the very beginning was always at least 80% European and Christian, and about 15 to 20% African. But when you start bringing in huge numbers, millions, who are fundamentally different from the core population, you are going to get violence, anger, and conflict. How many times have you heard people say, if you bring people in from the developing world, what do you get? The developing world. And now we've got that. You can't bring in hundreds of thousands of people from Somalia, plant them, of all places, in Minnesota, and then be shocked that, no, they're not Americans. They're not really interested in being Americans. They're foreigners living on American soil. Nobody wants to say that publicly. If you do, oh, well, you're a racist. Well, you know, the world is full of racists. The real war that's going to decide our fate is not going to be fought anywhere overseas. It's going to be fought right here inside the United States. Are we going to survive as a republic, as an English-speaking republic that rests on the foundations of Western civilization? Or are we going to become something else?
One point that is
The Constitution was completed in 1789. I think we had 5 million people living in the 13 British colonies. We were 90% white, that is excluding the Africans who were in the country who had been brought here as slaves. But we were 90% white. We were 90% Protestant. And this may be hard for you to believe, but the people that wrote that were trying to protect all of the Protestant sects from a state church on the model of the Church of England and the Roman Catholic Church. That's one of the reasons it was almost 100 years or more after that before people began to finally accept Catholicism as a religion, because it was viewed as political power. My point to you is the Constitution is outdated. The way we are governed is outdated. It has to be re-examined. Nobody in 1789 imagined that anybody would come to the United States except another lunatic, religious fanatical Protestant who hated the Church of England. That's what people feared. That's what they thought of. The Constitution that we have does many good things, but I would argue that the Bill of Rights is ultimately more important. The Bill of Rights is vital and essential, and that needs to be defended. But the Constitution and the way we govern and the things that we're doing, it's out of date. It doesn't fit our needs. And that's back to my comment on something given has no value. You have to earn it. And we haven't made anybody earn their place in this country. I'm talking about people like me that have been here forever. My first ancestor stepped off the boat in 1681. So we've got to get back to some notion of national service, because national service promotes national integration. It addresses some of these problems that you're discussing. Now, I know that you may not want to conform and may not want to be as I am, but I'm an American and nobody questions that. Nobody ever will. If you don't want to stand out and be questioned, then I suggest that you change your appearance, because I don't think it's life or death for you to wear what you wear.
I think this conversation
It's not fine, because it's leading to violence that could have otherwise been avoided. You see, every great nation, every large nation can always accept some number of people into its ranks that are different from them. It's always been the case. But if you suddenly import millions, which is what's happened here and happened in Europe, then you threaten the core gene pool. What I'm trying to tell you is there's a problem. And we can all think that there isn't, and you can insist there isn't, but that's the view. And I think it's incumbent upon all of us to address it truthfully and openly. Stop pretending it's not a problem. It's a problem.
I mean, what's also a problem is white supremacy, and that's
No, because you're saying you're different, you're going to remain different, and you don't think that if that's not compatible with being an American, then the hell with it. That's what you're going to do.
well, then what do you make then of, white American people who convert, let's say, to Islam and choose to cover? Are they not American anymore?
Listen, if they want to do that, that's obviously their business. I don't know how many are out there that do that. I think again, it's ill-advised. I think you have to hold the society together. There has to be an agreement on certain things, customs, culture, way of life. And unfortunately, if you're going to practice rigidly a brand of Islam that demands certain things, and this is why I asked right off the bat, do you support Sharia law?
I'm a Muslim. What being a Muslim means is I follow the guidelines of my religion, which is a peaceful.
Does your religion dictate to you Sharia law?
My religion dictates to me to be a good human being, to be good to my neighbors, to
that the most powerful force in today's Republican Party is represented by what Charlie Kirk said. It is this drive to make America a white Christian nation. I got to tell you, this is what they say privately. This is not what they say publicly. This is what Charlie Kirk said publicly.
And Joe, again, one of the reasons I wanted to have you on, because you know these people very, very well. Yeah. You said it yourself. You were one of the strongest voices. You were one of the folks who understood the incendiary language when you were in Congress, when you had your radio show, and how people loved when you did it. And then when you chose to apologize for that and turn away from it, oh my God, they literally have just tried to destroy you because of that.
Yeah, again, you know the deal, Roland, right? I came out publicly against Trump 7 years. For 7 years, I put up with death threats on a regular basis. Nobody is welcome in that party unless you bow down to what this force is, this MAGA force. And again, look, there have been some people on the left who've celebrated Charlie Kirk's murder. Shame on them, be better people, but this is much worse, Roland, what my former friends are doing on the right, because they are turning this into a holy war. When you say we declare war on the left because of what some 22-year-old young guy did in Utah, and then you declare war on the whole left, that's a lot worse than celebrating Charlie Kirk's murder, because that's dishonest, but that's also inciting hate and violence. And Roland, look, Trump's an idiot. So yeah, Trump says the left, the problem in the country is the left. J.D. Vance is not an idiot. What did J.D. Vance say today, right? He was subbing for Charlie Kirk on his radio show, and he spent the entire show going after the left, going after them, they, them. Man, Democrats need to wake up, Roland. This is a really serious deal by my former colleagues. The stuff that I hear privately from them right now, Roland, for the last 5 days, they want to go to war. This is a holy war.
Oh, it absolutely is. And what really jumps out at me on this very thing here, Joe, and I've been saying this, I played the speech 2 weeks ago that mainstream media just ignored, of Missouri Senator Eric Schmidt, who gave a speech at NatCon, Peter Thiel's group, where he literally gave a white nationalist speech, where he said our ancestors fought for this country to be ours and no one else. He was talking about white people. He was basically saying, if you are Black, Latino, Asian American, or even Native American, America is not for you. And folks just ignored it. And so people need to understand, again, what they're saying, why they're saying it. And yes, there are many evangelicals, any very conservative white Christians who are pushing this as well. And you nailed it. They want a holy war. They want a race war. They want this to be a white country. It is clear as day.
And Roland, really important point, Charlie Kirk at only 31, the impact he had because he was one of the most successful pushers of this white Christian nationalistic idea. And so I think that's why all of his defenders are out there so strenuously denying he said anything divisive, because they know if you really go through Charlie Kirk's public record, everything he said about people of color and Black women and Muslims and gays and transgenders, if people took the time to go through all of that, and that was put out for average people to see, they'd be blown away by it. That's why his defenders are like supercharged right now. They don't want that record to be seen.
Today, you mentioned, and I mentioned as well, Vice President J.D. Vance sitting to do his show. And listen to this man just blatantly lie, Joe. Play it.
I read a story in The Nation magazine about my dear friend, Charlie Kirk. Now, The Nation isn't a fringe blog. It's a well-funded, well-respected magazine whose publishing history goes back to the American Civil War. George Soros' Open Society Foundation funds this magazine, as does the Ford Foundation and many other wealthy titans of the American progressive movement. The writer accuses Charlie of saying, and I quote, "Black women do not have brain processing power to be taken seriously." But if you go and watch the clip, the very clip she links to, you realize he never said anything like that. He never uttered those words. He made an argument against affirmative action as a policy. He criticized a specific Supreme Court justice as an individual. He never said anything about black women as a group. He made an argument for judging people of all races and backgrounds by their own individual merits. Bullshit.
Okay, Joe, this is actually what he said.
No, Roland, that's utter bullshit.
In fact, you know, if we would have said 3 weeks ago, Blake, if we would have said that Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called racist. But now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. Play cut 52.
But I rise today as a clear recipient of affirmative action, particularly in higher education. I may have been admitted on affirmative action, both in terms of being a woman and a woman of color.
All right, Joe, he literally said it. Not only that, Vance lied. Soros does not fund the nation. So he sat there and flat out lied.
And Roland, remind me, what's J.D. Vance's job? He's the vice president, and yet he had time today to do a radio show for a former right-wing podcaster. I mean, look what they're not even, Roland, they're not even subtle about it, what this White House is doing. They believe, man, the path to victory is fear, hate, and division. And that's what they're putting out there. That was Charlie Kirk literally going after 4 accomplished black women by saying they didn't have the brain power to get where they got. This is what he believed. And this is what MAGA believes. And that, again, Roland, broken record, that's why Charlie Kirk was so damn successful. Why he had such a big audience.
Yeah, and not only that, you take Nick Fuentes, who's to the right of Charlie Kirk. The night of or the day after Kirk was shot and killed, Fuentes had 200,000 people watching him live. And so what you have this fervor. And so when I listen to Trump and Vance and all these people talk about, how the left, they're indoctrinating. No, and you know this very well, the indoctrination. We've had people who formerly were with Turning Point USA put out videos talking about how it was really this cult-like figure, this messianic figure that they sort of set Kirk up as, and how they want them to follow that. And so that's what's going on here. These people are not trying to have open dialogue. And not only that, Joe, you take Trump, okay? Trump was very clear in saying he was not going to call Governor Tim Walz after those 4 folks were shot in Minnesota. 2 were killed, including former Speaker of the House and her husband. Now today he's saying, he never even heard of Melissa Hortman, and if the governor had asked him, he would have, of course, lowered the flags to have staff. I'm sorry, he's also lying. He knew about her. He knew about the shooting, but he was so arrogant that he said, oh, a Democrat Speaker of the House shot and killed? Yeah, I don't care, but lower the flags to have staff with Charlie Kirk. Flies body on Air Force Two. Do a memorial service at the Kennedy Center. Do another one at the Arizona Cardinals Stadium. Give him the Medal of Freedom. And I'm telling you, they're going to give him a state funeral. That's what you're seeing right now. And then you got Peter Hegseth going after members of the military who said anything negative in the aftermath of his death. You've got Kirk supporters creating a database of people of every social media post, and then even Van saying in the podcast, you call their employer. So the so-called free speech people all of a sudden are saying, if you say anything negative about Charlie Kirk, after what took place last week, we're going to come after you, come after your job. Oh, I thought they hated cancel culture, Joe.
Yeah. Roland, I remember back in my right-wing radio days, I would come on every day, and there was always some story about some leftist group on a college campus that couldn't handle speech that made them uncomfortable
to say.
Roland, this is scary, and you and I are old enough, man, to remember huge figures in American history who were gunned down, struck down, military leaders, civil rights leaders. We are treating this 31-year-old podcaster, MAGA influencer, like he's Jesus Christ. So I come from the right. Why are my old colleagues and friends on the right doing this, Roland? Because the right wants a religious war. Let's just call it. They want a civil war. They want a holy war. That's why they're putting him up to be some Jesus-like martyr.
Absolutely. I mean, Glenn Beck literally came out and said he was a civil rights leader. Oh my God, stop it. Stop it. I've seen people say, I've seen a lot of these videos, I'm leaving my church because my pastor did not mention him. This was a Christian warrior. And let's just be clear. You said it, white Christian nationalists. It's slaveholder religion. We heard a lot of this stuff during slavery, during Jim Crow, things along those lines. And this whole idea about, it was about debate. It was about, exchange of ideas. I mean, come on, let's just stop it. And so we see what's going on here. We see the games that are being played. And then what gets me, Joe, is this whole deal of, oh my God, the left, how they indoctrinated him and the accused killer going to a university. The dude was at a university for one semester, Joe. You're trying to tell me that one semester at a mostly white institution in Mormon, Utah, which is not a liberal bastion, somehow just radicalize him? I mean, it really is showing folks the hand they're trying to play.
Yeah, and I think even on top of that, Roland, I think it was like some technical school. So it wasn't some crazy liberal arts school for a semester. Look, cut through all the BS. The Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, has publicly said that America should be a white Christian country. This is what animates my former party. Roland, you know me, right? Tea Party Hellraiser. I don't come from the left. I left the Republican Party when the Republican Party became MAGA. And my fellow Democrats and folks on the left need to understand, now these people are on the right. Now this is MAGA. MAGA now are the snowflakes. MAGA, Roland, they now need their safe spaces. It's funny, but it's not funny. And you're right about J.D. Vance, man. He just flat out lied. I mean, the last 30-year history of political violence in this country, the vast majority of it is right-wing. It always has been. And they put out this lie that it's only on the left. It's not even, Roland, a both sides problem between the left and the right. There is political violence on the left, but the vast majority is on the right, and they know that, and they're lying because they're trying to inflame their base. And Roland, I hear from their base every day, and let me tell you something, they are inflamed. I mean, they are ready to march and grab their you-know-what. This is a scary time.
It is, and folks need to understand what is certainly at stake. Joe Walsh, I appreciate you joining us on the show.
History of the cross, known by their works. What's the history of the cross? Behind the history of the cross, murder, rape, destruction, deception, enslavement, burning, terrorizing. To maintain a slavery system, you must terrorize the people 24/7. They terrorize people from Africa and America for 400 years. Constant terror, 24/7, rape, murder. In the name of Jesus. This is Christians, not Buddhists, not Hindus. Christians, in the name of Jesus. They said Jesus cursed black people. They call them Ham, cursed them to be slaves and persecuted forever. In the name of Jesus, raped our women incessantly, pissed in our mouths, made us eat shit. And they took and tried to clean up, I get, well, not clean up, but make it look more attractive, I guess, by calling it chitlins. That's after slavery, of course, after so-called slavery. Because what they do was not slavery. Look up slavery. Look up slavery. It does include murder, rape, terror. This is a Holocaust. And then now they try to downplay it. Oh, that was 40 years ago. No, it wasn't 40 years ago. How could it was a million years ago? It was 20 years ago. It lasted for 400 years. As they're doing today. They took everything away from the slaves. Everything. Their name, their culture, their families, their religion, their minds, everything. Fed their children to alligators as alligator bait. And then they talk about what's going on in Gaza when they did 1,000 times worse. What's going on in Gaza now is simply just a miniature version of what they did. What they did was far worse than what's going on in Gaza. Gaza is bad. It's genocide. What they did was far worse and much longer. That's the legacy of Christianity. Murder, rape, disease. They wiped out the native population. The genocide and disease. Smallpox blankets. Knowing there was COVID disease, herpes, syphilis, gonorrhea from seabird animals. So-called common cold was not common. Didn't exist here on this side of the world until they brought it here. Murder, rape. When it was raping out women, there was a cross hanging from their neck. And again, they taught that there was God's will. God's will. Enslavement of our people. And they continue on even today. That's the legacy of Christianity, the cross. So where's your rap sheet? We're trying to arrest our people. Your rap sheet? What's your rap sheet? Are you going to judge people for murder when you're guilty of murder beyond imagination for hundreds of years? Hundreds of years. Theft. You stole his land. You murdered his people. And you crushed the native people here. When the brave would go out hunting, you would come into the camps like cowards and kill women. Snatch the children's brains out on the hooves of your horses. This is the legacy of Christianity. That's the legacy of it. The question is, instead of Columbus coming here, Dracula came here, Beelzebub, Wolfman, Frankenstein, Satan, they all came instead of Columbus. What could they would have done that Columbus and those that followed him did? Satan is the God of this world. That's the God they're serving. They have known by their works. What are the works of Christianity? What are the works of Christianity? What are the works of Christianity? Evil, deception, mischief, bloodshedding. It goes on today. What's going on in Gaza, just reflection and microcosm of what was done here in America for hundreds of years. Raped out women incessantly. They would even rape while they was out in the fields picking cotton. They would jump off their horse and tell them to bend over and rape them. They told them to keep picking cotton while they was doing it. This is the kind of stuff they would do. Make one slave defecate and slave and sit and slave up in the mouth of another slave, and then bound it up so they could spit it out for 7 days. That's a legacy of slavery. He did it all in the name of Jesus. There's a legacy of slavery. Legacy of slavery. 40 years plus. Legacy of Christianity. Legacy of the cross. That's the legacy. That's the true legacy. So whose works are those? Who are you serving? Who are you serving? Legacy of the cross. What's your rap sheet? America? Gog? What's your rap sheet? Magog? Britain? What's your makeshift? What's your rap sheet? Antichrist, false Israel. What's your rap sheet? Then they colonized Africa. They steal the ripping off everyone. It's the legacy of Christianity. It's been ruling for over 500 years. And now, the threat of nuclear war to finish off everything. That's a legacy of Christianity in the name of your Jesus.
we gonna make it? Sure, you ain't talking about us packing our bags and going westward or going out there in the land. Ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Sure, you ain't talking about that, are you? We ain't going back to Africa. No. Your land. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their way. Come out of their pagan holiday. When you should be honoring Jesus, you are bunny rabbits. Inviting your children to pay eggs for some Easter hunt. Come out of it. Get the Santa Claus of your house and a tree that is the way of the pagans. Come out of it. St. Valentine's Day. What the heck is that? Excuse me. Of a name, come out of a religion, come out of a culture, come out of a way of life, come out of an educational system. People. And they will put up all the shows of North. And they should. Jesus, that none of homes. They stood and said, it is a parent. And the old wisdom. I wanted to return. With their hands stretched out towards that ship, and hiding chains themselves bound together. And when they were put off on this memorable shows, they took their shine that ship that brought them to our strange land, and these strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country, and strange people who have proven to them every mile from their native land that they love. Going to be West Indians that they ever lived with. They were going to be the people that were destroyed. They soon discovered that all mischief that they were being brought here. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us. When this gift was made of Jesus, this is how that we have always been deceived by the white man. Trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to our off a mental sleep, thinking that we are our way to heaven. This is curse. My brother, this is very hard for us to people to accept today. Imagine our parents standing in front to return to that native land and people and beauty yesterday. Trying to save the very minute that brought
in subjection to that will. You know, turning your faith from your ordinary life and turning it back towards our Christmas house and our home. And it who have destroyed us and seeks to destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to you. It's trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you in your past. We actions. And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There is no justice here for you and me. Why did not you want to be separated and be returned to the Lord? I think that push. They go to your parents on the eastern shore of North crying and praying to God to be returned to that arm 400 years ago. You like to see them rise up in the judgment, condemned for being such fools. And now, to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as fools. When I wanted to be separated, they go to your arm, to the nation, for your son. The white man said, you will remember that.
we gonna make it? Sure, you ain't talking about us packing our bags and going westward or going out there in the land. Ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Sure, you ain't talking about. No. We ain't going back to Africa. No. This is your land. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their way, come out of their pagan holidays, where you should be honoring Jesus. You are buying bunny rabbits and inviting your children to pay eggs for some Easter. Come out of it. Get the Santa Claus of your house and a tree that is the way of the pagans. Come out of St. Valentine's Day. What is that? Excuse me. Come out of a name. Come out of a religion. Come out of a culture. Come out of the way of life. Come out of the educational system.
People. And they will put up all the shows of Northern and they should. Jesus, none homes, no their spirit. They stood and said, it is a parent. In the old wisdom, I wanted to return with the hands stretched out towards that ship, and tiding chains themselves bound together. And when they were put off on this memorable shows, they stood there staring at that ship that brought them to a strange land and these strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country. Strange people who had proven to them every mile from their native land that they were going to be West Indians that they were living with. They were going to be the people that were destroyed. They soon discovered that all mischief that they were being brought here. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us. But this was the name of Jesus. This is that we have always been deceived by the name Jesus. The name Jesus to our a mental sleep, thinking that we are on our way to heaven. This is earth. My brothers, this is very hard for us to people to sit today. Imagine our parents standing in front to return to that native land and people and you here today. Crying because they wish the very minute that brought so that will. You know what? Turning away from your ordinary life. Turning back towards our good and who have destroyed us and seeks to destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return you. It's trying to make love with the people that destroy you in your past. Do you feel? Active. And even today, there are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There's no justice here for you and me. Why did not you want to be separated and be returned to the Lord? I think that was. They know your parents on the eastern shore of North crying and praying to God to be returned to their arms 400 years ago. Or you like to see them rise up in the judgment condemned for being such fools. And now, what to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as fools. When I wanted to be separated, they go to your arms, to the nation, for your son. So I said, you remember that.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Salman Rahim here, Professional Covenant. Okay, brothers, this has been a year now, and found him home after 40 years in Arabia, and I'm reporting to you from Arabia. Found him home after 40 years. So it's been a year now. There was an agreement made from slave master. He said, your choice. Stay here or leave. Right? So we chose our inheritance, Arabia. So we left. Half the original people decided they wanted to give up the inheritance and traded for a place in America. Affiliation with their former slave master. It's their choice. They chose, we don't want to go over to Arabia. We don't go over there sand and all that stuff. We want to stay in America. We've been here all our lives, been here 40 years, born here, right? And we can make peace with a slave master. Okay, so they decided to stay. And so after a year, right, we get reports of how things are going over there, and that sounds too good. How things are going over in America with their reparations, because they was given 6 states, I believe. Yeah, see, yeah. They got those 6 states right there. That's what Farrakhan told them. They was following this in Farrakhan. Farrakhan promised them, they stay there, 6 states, right, their own land, and they can make reconciliation with former slave master. They're not devils, they're human beings. They just had a rough, they were just, did some things wrong, but now they're gonna make amends and make reparations. So 6 states, and in addition to that, they gave everybody $1 million. Everybody paid $1 million. Thank you, Farrakhan. They're so happy. Thank you, Farrakhan. Thank you, Farrakhan. And you got 6 states. That's what you promised us. We got 6 states. Thank you. Thank you, Farrakhan. I mean, this was a year ago. 6 states. Thank you, Farrakhan. Right? Everybody got $1 million. Everybody $1 million. They're rejoicing. Oh man, they're so happy. We made it. We made it. We got America, man. We got reconciliation for a master. We got 6 states. Everybody got $1 million. We're all rich. That was a year ago. We left. So we're in Arabia. They're still back there in America. And now we're getting reports a year later. This was the way it was a year ago, man. They were so happy. They were so happy. And now we get reports of what's going on right now. Let's see. Oops, it says a power failure. Great power failure in those 6 states. Power failure. And it's just those 6 states. So, and now they were big and massive. They came asking each other power. Why can't they do it? Oh, Farrakhan didn't train anybody. He was telling about 6 states and never prepared you for them. So nobody knows how to do it. How to turn the power grid back on. So these big men, master, can you come out and turn this thing back on for us? I mean, you would think that if he told them 6 states of promising that we would have prepared them for, right? Their schools and education or whatever they needed. But I guess they didn't, because they said, oh, we're not even begging this former master to come and turn the power back on. Then what? This is all that's happening now. I mean, I'm getting these reports in now. A year later. It's like, they're coming in every hour. Power grid failure, right? It's a roof, crop failure. All of a sudden, there's no, they looked at the farmers, when they're doing, farmers said, oh, so then they had a massive, what's happening here? How come no? Crap. It turned out that the rain they gave them wasn't that fertile. A year later, how's it going? Crop failure. And now so what's going to happen here? Right? And then, I mean, all these things, every hour that's coming in, right? And then they look here and they had, a year ago, they had plenty of food on the shelves, right? Now, they look there now and all the food's gone. They're gone. And she said, what am I going to do here? Food's gone. The house is empty. So he said, Master, we need some food. Well, how come you can't produce your own food? I mean, you want your own country, you got your own states, that's your country, then you run it. What are you calling us for? So they're praying. And then, oops, no fuel. But there's no fuel there. Well, you got to buy your fuel. You got to produce your own fuel. What you calling us for? You got your own 6 states now. What you calling us for? Go and get some fuel. You got money. Right? You got your own states. So you got to get your own. What you calling us for? You said you wanted your own, so now you got it. You got your reparations. We don't owe you anything anymore. So what you calling us for? We don't owe you anything. You said you agreed to 6 states and $1 million per person. You took that instead of the inheritance, what you call Abrahamic covenant, Arabia. Your brothers and sisters, they left. They took that was all for them. They took it, and you said no. I want this instead. So now you got it. So what you calling us for? Oh, no communications. Oh, man. No communications, right? No medical facilities. So what's going on? And I said, wait a minute, hold on a year. What you calling us for? That's you. You got to handle that stuff. You want us to handle it for you? You want independence, now you have it. I mean, wow, this stuff's coming every hour, man. Instead of like a year, they were celebrating. And now they're crying, begging the master of the game. We've got all these problems here. I said, wait a minute, that's your solution comes about your problems. You have to work those out. No transportation, I mean, no planes on nowhere. By flying planes and drive trucks and boats and stuff, and you go and get this stuff. What you done that for? You wanted this, you got it. So go ahead and get to train your own pilots, build your own planes, build your own boats, and right? You see what I'm saying? Transportation, build your own trucks. What you got for? The master, you said you wanted 6 states, you got it. You want $1 million per person. That was the reparations. So that if you never pay people to take care of this, how's that our problem? You're independent now. You're really free now. Oops, no fuel, the gas station's empty. I can't drive, eh? No gas. Yes, wow. All this stuff happened like for a year. Everything was great, and all of a sudden everything ran out. So guess what happened? Everything was good when they got it, and it ran out. They had to replace it, the fuel, the farm's going. So they was left with that stuff. The factory was full. I mean, house full. And you had to keep they thought that was just going. I guess they thought it was just going to be there, just by itself. They didn't prepare for it. See, and they ain't trained any engineers and scientists and architects and stuff. They didn't train anybody. So Farrakhan, he told you he don't get this for you, but he didn't pay you for it. He didn't get anybody to handle this stuff. So what was that all about? So man, I said, Master, hey, don't call on me. You was here, you had it when you was here with me. You said you want independence, you want to have reparations, so you gave it to you. Well, calling your brothers over there. They left, they handled their own business. You said you want to stay here. Right? Don't have any professionals or technicians, scientists, doctors, none of that. See? I mean, that's what, because I mean, if you're going to say reparation, you should be paying for that, right? So if he was telling you about reparation, you should be paying for it. If he said, God said that's where he's going to get you, so God told him he's going to get that for you, then he should, like when God told Noah there was a flood coming, told him to build an ark, he started building an ark. And so you should start preparing for the 6 states, and the reparations, apparently you didn't. So now, it tells you, look, hold it. We want total separation. I mean, look, we don't want you to call us no more. We don't want you to call us no more. Because you're wearing us. You run your own country, you got your own land, right? You got money, me and us, all this stuff, right? So now we got to protect your money and everything too? No, you have to create your own money. You have to do all these things, your own wealth, not ours. Right? So we're going to cut you off from that too. That's all economics. So they're going to tell all the people, all the white folks, right? All the black folks, now all the black folks is either in Arabia or in those 6 states. That's the solution. It'd be one way or the other. There could be no integration, that kind of stuff. That's the deal. You said one or the other. So all the black folks are here, ain't no integration, that kind of stuff. Right? Was it one or the other? So they're there. So they said, okay, right? So they just said, we're going to take our money because we don't know what y'all doing over here. You have your own money, you have for your own wealth. So they do this. They tell all the white folks, say, protect your money. Right? Transfer your money into gold. Transfer all your dollars into gold. Now remember, they gave everybody $1 million apiece. So everybody got $1 million apiece, right? They say transfer it to gold. And then what happens is what they do is they start just printing money. White folks just start printing money. You understand what that means? It's inflation. Because if you got $1 million of gold, $1 million ounces of gold, say $1 million ounces of gold, understand this, and you got 1 million certificates, then you say each certificate is worth 1 ounce. If you got 1 million ounce, each certificate is worth 1 ounce. Understand that? You got 1 million ounces of gold, and you got 1 million certificates. Each one of those certificates is worth 1 million. If you're going to say trade with the certificates, each one of the certificates is worth 1 ounce of gold. But if you take and print, say you got 1 million ounces of gold, and you got 1 million certificates. Each one, but say you print twice as many certificates, you got 2 million. Well, then each certificate is only worth 50 cents now. But you got to connect that to the gold. You print 4 times, then each one is worth a quarter. So the more you print, the less they worth, because those certificates have to equal what the gold is. See, so the more you print money, the less, right? The less they're worth. So if you print twice as much money, right, then less gold. You understand? So $1 is worth 1 ounce of gold. That's right. Then if you print double that amount of dollars, then each one's worth half an ounce. You understand? That's printing money without increasing their wealth does. That's inflation. So what happens is, they keep printing. They get down to where $100 is worth a penny. See, that doesn't affect their people. They try to protect their money because they transfer their money to gold. So gold still has its value. It's just the dollars don't. It's still got the same amount of gold. But the dollars, they get down to a penny. So you can't buy it. You had $1 million, now $1 million worth of $5. That's all it's worth. $1. Hardly worth anything. Otherwise, budget A, that's our money. You gotta have your money, you control your wealth. You can't keep coming at us what you're doing. And you think they would do that? You've been a gospel lately? You see what happened to the trees they made, the so-called natives kept telling me a fault time because they kept making trees with them, then they broke the trees. They took their land and genocide everything else. But no, they wouldn't do that to you. See? Because now you have, your money's worth nothing. They haven't lost anything. Because once that money's worthless, it's no good, right? Then you burn it up, it's all away, it's worth nothing. People still got gold, and even if they take it, hold on, the money hopefully increase again, they use another certificate, use another form of money. So it's still worth nothing. The $1 million you had, you was unhappy with now, it's probably worth maybe $1. So you can't buy anything $1. Plus the economy's crap because everything is failing, and you don't know how to repair it. You don't have to communications. You don't have to do any of this stuff. You're an engineer, but how should I do anything? Because it's our company. Right? He didn't know how to prepare you. He told you to give 6 days. He told you, this many. Right? Now, you're broke. The economy's gone. You have no food, no electricity, no power, anything. It's not their fault. They gave you what you asked for. You saw out your inheritance for that. And then they closed the border. Because you're going to try to get back into America now. We want to come back in, Master. No, we don't want you back in here. We sorry, we want to come in. No. As you chose, you stay there. They closed the border so you can't get back in here. You get back in America, into what you call your land now. Swaziland or something? Farrakhan. Maybe you call it Farrakhan. Farrakhan. You got the Farrakhan. Right? So they close the borders, you can't. Because now you're hungry and everything else, your money's worthless. Oh God, I come back, man, I come back, work for you, I work for Popeye, I do anything you want. No, boy, blacks, either they were in Arabia or they in that land. There are no blacks in America, in places, just in that land, and those that you 6 days. And then you're starving, you ain't got no, your money's worthless, nothing works, and they close the border. And you see Master Andy on the phone, he talks to the guy, you get paid to help you. He finally got rid of niggas. Finally got rid of them. So you see on the phone, yeah, it worked. We saw him in Revelation, we saw him that said used car. He turned the miles back and everything else, and they bought it. They could have had a BMW, they could have had a Lamborghini, they sold it for a BMW. Good, damn thing didn't work. Now, it's starving. Living in tents. Praying. So what we gonna do, Farrakhan? What we gonna do, Farrakhan? You told us to take reparations, so we did, but they gave us everything we asked for. What we gonna do, Farrakhan? What we gonna do? Pray. That's his answer. Pray. That's your reparations. Like Elijah Muhammad said, in a big picture. Leave him, the blacks stay on the shore, the ones stay behind, and they was whooping their ass. But they thought you think they would give you some land, take care of you? You think they wouldn't do that? They go bankrupt, give everybody $1 million, you know what that is? It was 17 million, that was 17 million times, 17 million times a million is like $17 trillion, I think, something like that. What are they going to do that for you? They want to get rid of you. So now they have to see it. Because they close the border, what you going to do? When you want to fight to come out? They close the border. They got the military around there. They finally got rid of you. No more black problem, no more Negro problem anymore. Who's out of here? And those groups that's here, they're gone. And I have to clean. And they what they wanted. Or anything. God honors contracts. Remember he honored the contract with Jacob. He sold his birthright for a bowl of soup to Jacob. It was Esau's inheritance. And God honored it. Okay, Jacob, it's yours. You're the one. And that's the deal. Because he ain't your friend. Pharaoh ain't your friend. Pray, pray, pray. That's the answer. This homeland you was promised, you never rejected it. So now you got what you asked for. So they gave you reparations today or tomorrow. How would that scenario not play out like that? Well, it's okay, you got it. Tell them that scenario wouldn't play out like that. And tell them why they wouldn't do it. They love you so much, they can say, okay, we're going to take care of them. And I said, why did they take care of you when he was right here? He was working at Popeyes and then they get up on Section 8, all that stuff right here. Because you know they're trying to get rid of stuff right now. Trump's trying to get all that stuff right now. Because they're closing on you don't realize it. Anyway, that's just, that's what's happening in America. Wow. Of course, coming there. It's a disaster over there. I just got a call. Really? You serious? Our ambassador just got a call from I don't know what they call it Thailand or something. I forgot what it's something called right there. That's it. They begged us to come and help. Can they come over here? Can we come and get them? Really? Can we come and get them? Bring them? Oh no! And he even asked there's Master Farad Muhammad right there. He said, no, hell no. We ain't going to get them. I agree with that. Yeah, the bastard said he's called him and he passed the word to Master Muhammad. Master Muhammad said, send him back. Listen, no, we can't come and get you. You made your choice. Live with it. Or die, whatever the situation is. Wow. I can't believe it. They actually sent a message over. Well, they did. I have a communication, but somehow they got the information over to him. Said, would we please come and get him? Nope. No, tell them no. And don't waste time communicating with us anymore. You got your land, you got your reputation, you got your money, you got Farrakhan as your leader. Yeah, tell them, talk to them, let them straighten out for you. You want to sell your idea, you have to sell them. So you want an idea of reparations, we told you. Suleiman Bay, he was a messenger to you, telling you, look man, let's go home. You said no, you chose not to. Okay, well, since that's a sad story, I guess that's it, that it? Oh, they're not getting more reports on Okay, he says that was Matthew Muhammad's final decision, and I think they closed communications off from there. So that's it, brothers and sisters. We got those guys that came in. All that came in to me. I came in fast. After a whole year. Total collapse. They're begging it. Somebody help me. We can't do it. They didn't ask to help you. We won't do it. That's not what we do. Update, brothers and sisters, got another late report in. They said, well, if you won't come and get us food, we at least send some food. They begged him, please send some food. That's what I'm saying. I'm going to send a damn thing. Nothing. Zero. He said, please just send some food. This guy that in. He says, if you can't come and get it, please send some food. He says, no. He refused. That's the report. I just got the information from the ambassador. He said that he's ready to meet. He says, no. He said, please, just please send some food. He said, no. Go no way. You made your choice. Case closed. Just got that in, brothers. It's just, that's not like him.